Oh, it did that weird popping thing again, like it did last week. I don't know. That's super weird. It's like the first time I transition into it after loading OBS, it
Did it work?
doesn't show them. Yeah, we're visible. It was just like for like a second we weren't, which is super weird. Well met. I'm Cynical. Welcome to my channel. This all around us here is Chronicle. This is season 3 of Chronicle, episode 3 of Chronicle. Total episode number 15. Pretty exciting. We've had 15 total long sessions with this, and that's 15 on stream sessions. Before that, we've technically kind of had like 2.5 sessions before that. So we've been doing it a little bit longer now, guys, if you think about it, right? It's kind of interesting. But anyway, Chronicle is a custom Mongoose Traveller 2nd edition campaign set in our version of the 3rd Imperium universe, also called the OTU, the original Traveller universe. It's kind of a mix of everything that we're doing here, roleplay-wise. It's pretty fun. We're all kind of a bit new to Traveller, but as I just said, we've been playing it for a little bit longer now in this one campaign, and we've done a little bit of research before that. And we're using a few optional rules and such, so don't be surprised if you see something that you don't recognize immediately, but you might be able to help us out if you're in chat and we're confused by something that we run into. But because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, we'll mostly just be focusing on the game. So if you don't get a response in chat, just know that we really appreciate you being here to take part in Chronicle, take the journey along with us, which is super cool. So everybody, of course, is welcomed. Let's just keep it civil down there in the chat, which we've never had a problem ever before. Oh, hey. Thanks for the resub there, Mad Cow.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Spicy. Speaking of my friends here, off to the side, the lovely companions I have to my, I guess it would be to your, from your perspective, to my right, but to my actual left on here. I don't know. How would you say that? They're next to me. I guess it would be, yeah. I guess that's true. But anyway, these are my friends, and together we're carrying on what's like a very old now, decades old, we're all old, tradition of us playing RPGs together. We call ourselves CoFH RPG together just because of our old group name. That's CoFH. Now let's just go ahead and take a moment to introduce all of them, the important people in the room, starting with, just when you thought it was safe to roll the dice, steps in my longtime pal and proficiently prolismatic player, Lord Venom 1. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and where you're at right now with Dixon in his head and stuff. We're in the middle of season 3. This is the 3rd episode. You don't need to go all the way back. Just, you've kind of had this strange moment, this strange like couple of days aboard the Taurus Rex, and then you had a pretty leisurely week aboard your ship, and the Taurus Rex didn't even have to man piloting stations or anything like that because you were hangared during that time. And you had a bit of an opportunity to kind of relax in that period of time, able to take strolls in the grass outside, maybe even watch some of the like practice sporting events or something like that. You had participated in the earlier week's tournament. Where's Dixon's head after what happened last week, which we'll get into when I do a recap in more detail if you want, but you can do as much of it now from your perspective as you want.
Yeah, hey, so I'm Lord Venom 1. This is really my only social media, so having fun playing Traveller. I play Dixon Matthews, the detective from Tarkeen. Yeah, he had had a little criminal accident and became a Traveller. And as I've touched on a little bit before, yeah, part of Dixon was thinking that this was going to be a little bit quieter, where there were going to be long weeks in between jumps to kind of chill and let all this sink in, and it really hasn't been that way. It's been pretty wild ride. I think we've been traveling for I don't know how many weeks now, maybe a dozen weeks or so, and they've all been pretty wild. So I think Dixon enjoyed this. It was certainly a little bit surreal being on the Rex with all these visibly
on your ship, yeah,
people being the Saurons.
On your ship, on your ship, it's only been about 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, and this ship, yeah, but just even in general, even before that, with the volcano,
before you even
and
had
that,
a ship,
all that stuff,
right? Yeah.
So I think right now, Dixon, so that's gone. So that sort of pseudo normalcy of, like you said, being able to walk through nature and be around other people, even though they're so visibly different, I think would have been a little surreal, but nice. And now we're back to this, just us in space. So I think there's some tension there, just not knowing what this is going to be like and what the next problem is going to be at this point. So I think Dixon continues to be a bit overwhelmed with the trials of space, and maybe we'll just have to see how that goes if we get any actual sort of downtime. I know we've got a lot of jumps to get back home, or at least back to the Empire to drop these people off. So I think I'm in anticipation of what that's going to be like.
Okay. And I have a question to pose to Dixon, and the same question will go to every character here that I'd like you to kind of like think about, maybe, or you don't have to fully address, but if you can, it'd be useful. But this next jump in your ship and this ship is the next jump after the last one in that ship that was a misjump that took you 25 parsecs away. How is your character feeling about that reality? Because I feel like there's no way you don't realize that as a character, right?
Yeah. It's a fair question. I hadn't reflected on that too much, because in the early days we had some sort of conspiracy player theories about the orbs, and maybe the orb had definitely caused it. And I think we did confirm, but correct me if I'm wrong, we did essentially find an alien device or something that was almost certainly responsible for the misjump that Wells disarmed for us. So I think in that regard,
you found a sabotage thing on the outside of the ship.
Right. No, we don't know what that's all about. Right.
You would also but you also, during the repair of your ship, had found signs of like other devices having been attached and stuff, but you didn't, and they were all like removed or whatever, as far as you could tell. But, and that's and you were able to figure out, Saber might be connected, but it most likely was not Saber, and was probably
right, yes,
but standard products. But anyway,
but we also linked it to Saber too, right? Like
parts,
possibly, right? Yeah. Parts, components of this electronic device.
Basically, you're like, it might be Saber too, but it's definitely Ling standard products. Is basically what you were. Right.
But yeah, I think it mostly blends into all the other craziness that's happened. So it's all just one big wild ride. I don't know that I'm particularly nervous about a misjump.
Okay.
Again, I think since the misjump, on some level, there's going to be a surrealism there of just like, we were that close to probably dying, in that weird misjump way. And I think now we're not home anymore. We're like some other parts. So probably in the back of your mind, there's a little bit of sort of anxiety there, but I don't think it could be, we've had insects, we've had space wizards, we've had, everything. So whatever the next issue is, it could be anything. I don't know that I'm worried about that in particular.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's just move on from there. Following that is my good friend and a fellow member of Screen Room, as well as an independent streamer in his own right, MadCow234. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and where Writer's Head's right now, given the circumstances of what just happened, the week of downtime you kind of had following that, and the reality that you're about to jump again in this ship for the first time since the misjump.
Hey, yeah, I'm MadCow234. We do Screen Room on Sundays and Wednesdays. Come hang out with us there. It's a lot of fun. Watch Star Trek on Sundays. Do movies on Wednesdays. And yeah, I stream on my own channel. I stream here on Saturdays from writer's perspective, and at some point when life slows down a little bit, be streaming some games with these guys, I'm sure. So from writer's perspective, writer's been pretty excited about like just the whole journey that the Taurus Rex brought us. As far as the jump is concerned, for anybody that doesn't remember or wasn't here, that was basically the like most frightened that Ryder has ever been. He's jumped on a lot on Navy ships, but miss jumps were never never a thought because it never happened. We were just
It's probably something that the sailors talked about, though, right? Like stories, kind of a thing.
Sure, stories and
like,
stuff.
That's the boogeyman.
Training, right?
Yeah,
it never happened, right? So it's like
something you prepared for.
It always
and
seemed
kind
like
of have been freaked out about, but like it never happened, and then it finally happened
right.
years later. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's always like this, weird thing that people. This urban legend. Like, oh, a friend of a friend talked about their sister having, misjumped, but nobody I like knew.
Had tornado
it
drills
wasn't
all the time in school and stuff, but you never experienced one.
Exactly.
Or you saw one, and then one day your barn was picked up in the air. Yeah.
Right. And I was like piloting it, so it was pretty crazy. Just like watching the jump keep happening after the timer like going the wrong way, basically.
That was the most scared Ryder's basically ever been.
Yeah. So, but as far as being about this jump, Ryder doesn't Ryder doesn't think like that's gonna happen again. Right, been on a lot of jumps, and it happened, and it was like the craziest thing, is scaredest he's ever been, but kind of now feels like, oh shit, that happened. Lightning doesn't strike twice, type thing.
So that's interesting. All right, well, next up, it's my Nakama from Another Mama. Society Streams, also a member of Screen Room and an independent streamer. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself, as well as where Roman's head is at after the recent events, a little bit of downtime, and in the anticipation of the upcoming jump.
What's going on, everyone? I'm Society. Join me with these guys Sundays and Wednesdays, of course. And Roman, it's really interesting what Dixon has brought up about what he's going through, I think, because this whole time Roman and Dixon have been kind of like these polar opposites in like a weird way. And what's really funny about what's going on with Roman right now is like
sort of like two sides of the same coin, though, right? Because you guys are both like trying to help people a lot, like Dixon in his cop way, and you in your doctor kind of way.
Closer to the same thing, or closer to what I mean, I guess. Yeah, so because he's always been able to relate, and I think that's one thing that we've connected on, is being able to show each other that other mindset, or like another perspective in the same vein, maybe. But
yeah, Dixon's pragmatism and stuff. That's interesting.
So much has like been building up as far as like chaos, and we've gotten closure on things. We've opened doors that have, I thought, or Roman thought was going to give him answers, just open the door for more questions for a lot of things. But in this like weird way, it's like especially with the occurrence of the flashback that he experienced where he first met Ryder, specifically because of that instance, I think kind of set into gear this whole like more of a Zen mindset about all the chaos. Like it's been happening basically nonstop since we became travelers, and building up and ramping up, and we're still here. We're still kicking. You know, like, I think Roman's finally starting to accept what traveling is, and that's fucking chaos, right? It's like not being able to be in control of anything and being okay with it. And so
You jumped in this
with
lake and didn't expect it to be muddy, and we're like, it's muddy, but now you're like, I can still swim. That's interesting.
Now I'm dealing with that. So I think specifically because of the memory with Ryder, it kind of like reminded him that it's possible to think of things like that, especially. But it was coming to that point where it was like he was either going to lose his mind with it all or accept it. And it's like one thing, it's basically coming to that point. If you remember him running into the wrestling thing was kind of part of that, right? Like, it's like, all right, fucking chaos, let's do it. Like, kind of embracing it all. So Roman's in a really interesting mindset. Having this past week of downtime is almost solidifying that even further, right? It's like getting that comfort, you know? It's interesting.
That is interesting. You've had kind of a turbulent ride recently, but you've also sort of had these little pockets of clarity between you that are kind of fascinating. But moving on from there, last but not least, lurking in the shadows, ready to strike, we have CoFH. One of my oldest friends and moderator in basically all of the communities associated with this channel, Screen Room, and our individual Twitch channels. But also a player in this game. So why don't you go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself, Steruya, where her head is at right now after, again, the downtime, the events aboard the ship. I mean, you saw everybody kind of go a little weird on board the ship, and now the anticipation of this next jump. And about the seeing everybody go a little bit weird thing, we'll talk a little bit about that after the actual intro and stuff. But go ahead.
Hi there, I'm Psycho. I'm a gamer, mostly just video games, but also a bit of tabletop D&D and Pathfinder and stuff like that. Still need to learn a bunch of the mod side of everything for what I'm doing with these guys, but I'm learning. Also learning the Traveller system, which has been real fun. And in this system, I am playing Steruya, the Aslan lady who wears way too many hats.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah, when she became a traveler, though, she expected all the chaos of the lifestyle to be on planet. And it's sort of being business as usual, system to system during the jump space. And for the most part, the deal with the volcano came true. It's what she expected. She's on planet, chaos is going down. But after getting the new ship, it was supposed to be the beginning of her journey as a traveler, and things did not go as expected. It went quite the opposite. The jump space became where all the chaos was happening.
It's an inversion. Yeah.
It's an inversion of what she expected. So it's kind of flipped her around a little bit. She's not sure what to expect. But with the whole mist jump throwing us way out in the middle of nowhere, she's taken that as a mulligan, basically, and saying, okay, this is our start now. Let's have that traveler life. Let's make sure everything goes smooth to the next place. We'll have some fun there and then take a break.
You were kind of trying to find a new home anyway, I guess, as a character. So
yeah, so she's out there exploring, not really caring that she's sectors away from where she grew up. That doesn't matter to her. She's out on her own anyway. Well, with her crew.
I guess you always called it a shithole anyway.
That place was a shithole. For humans, the atmosphere was toxic. So yeah, shithole. But
same
yeah,
way isn't,
she's
you know,
really
she's
looking forward
Aslan,
to like
but still.
getting into that, what her expectations of traveler life is supposed to be.
Interesting. All right. Well, that's the introduction of all of our individual characters here, as well as the players of those characters. So let's go ahead and get into the intro, and then we'll come back and do the recap from last session, a little quick one, and then handle a couple details and get straight into figuring out where the hell we're going next. So we'll see you in just a minute.
The descendants of humanity. Trillions of lives scattered among the stars. Tens of thousands of years ago, humans were transplanted to those stars by an elder species, long since extinct, whose ruins now dot thousands of worlds. In the Terran year of 2088 AD, jump drive was first discovered by scientists in the Sol system. Humans from Earth traveled to the stars and found them crowded with life, both strange and familiar. Discovering their ancient brethren transplanted among the sea of stars. 3,526 years later, we stand at the height of the Third Imperium, in what we now call 1105 IC on the Imperial calendar. A feudalistic union claiming thousands of worlds, governed by their local nobility and operating largely free from oversight, restricted by convention and feudal obligation alone. Power and wealth are controlled by feudal lords and megacorporations, titans plotting for control and funding secret wars. Slipping through the cracks, we find the free traders, travelers, and vagabonds, taking what work they can find in order to stay free and keep flying. We follow one such group, trying to get by on the fringes of known space, where life is cheap. A ship will bring you opportunities, and a weapon will help you hold on to them. This is their Chronicle.
Hey, we're back.
But how long could you really get away with selling miniature Galapagos turtles?
Probably for a while, I imagine. The miniatures market on rare animals and stuff is pretty ridiculous.
But they're going to find out that you're just selling regular box tortoises eventually.
Sure,
right?
but you could always use them in D&D
when they don't become full size.
Also, how many return customers are you going to get because they live so long?
Oh, that's true. They'll never know. You'll be
that's a
dead by
fair
the time
point.
they figure it out.
Yeah.
This is the best
It's like
plan
selling
I've ever
African
had.
greys. African greys. Speaking of African greys.
Oh, jeez.
So we start with yet another scene before we move into the recap. So allow me to paint you a brief picture. That of a star floating in space. Beautiful and bright. Shining a bright white yellow. We move our camera away from it, and we can see in the distance a nebula, like much further past the star system itself. That makes for this beautiful sight to set these planets that we see set against space here, as our camera at completely impossible speeds moves across this solar system, revealing the depth and the complexity that nature provides to any solar system. An asteroid belt, a gas giant we pass by, another gas giant, this one with a ring on its north and south poles, continuing in a rocky world. This one pretty small and with two strange moons almost as big, and then yet another rocky world, this one with little specks of light on it. Are those cities? Are those campfires? Probably not from space. Perhaps it's just volcanoes. We don't know. As our camera moves past, and we see yet another world. This one, a smaller world with a dense atmosphere, strange but beautiful colors swirling in this atmosphere, and then finally, once again, to the star. It's brilliant, bright, white, and somewhat yellow glow. We sit here staring at this image for a brief, lonely moment of time. And then, apparating out of nowhere, a ripple, almost like one on the surface of a pond. A fleet of large ships, each of them silver in color, appears. How many? It's hard to say. Perhaps hundreds, perhaps 1,000. It's almost impossible to say, as there's so many pop into this space one after the other, far too close to this star to be any kind of normal jump drive that we're used to seeing. How did this happen? How did they appear so close within the diameter of a star? As quickly as they apparate into existence, with no visible jump energy spilling away from them, they begin to open up, folding open like a flower, revealing that they do not move mechanically, but instead like a strange silver fluid, similar to the surface of the orbs. Each of them splits open like a lotus and faces the star, and a dark cloud begins to pour out from all of them. This happens for moments, not seconds, not hours, but a few minutes. And this cloud, from the source of each of these brilliant silver ships, peters out. It disappears, becomes a thin line. And these strange ships, open like flowers, fold back in to a point, each of them taking yet a different shape, one that they hadn't had when they arrived, and one that they did not have while ejecting these clouds. The cloud progresses towards the star, and our camera begins to move through this cloud very quickly. Again, almost too quickly. And seeing too closely, revealing individual microscopic particles as it passes through the space in an instant, spinning around and moving away from the star and the cloud now. While still looking at both, we see a thin line of the cloud being pulled towards the star and begin to surround it. Within seconds, the star begins to change color, slightly red-shifting. And we see the cloud begin to expand and grow. More of the star changing bit by bit. A few more moments pass, and we see, unmoving, each of these strange silver ships fold in on itself like a strange hallway of mirrors and disappear. We sit here and stare at the star as our camera pans back from that space and locks center onto it for a few more moments as we see it completely and utterly shift to black.
Good riddance.
That's our starting scene. After a little more than a week spent aboard the Taurus Rex, the vagabond hangared within the enormous vessel of Kakri make, but not being run by them. Finding more clues and getting a bit closer to solving, we'll just call it the riddle of the orbs because that sounds like Conan. After some, we'll just say sport, I think is a appropriate term among the locals, discovering more details about the individuals involved, and maybe even more importantly, I should say, the memories lived and shared between the crew, not just aboard the ship, but those from long ago, due to the phenomena occurring between these two ancient artifacts. After all of this, you prepared to depart, but not before a few goodbyes aboard the ship, eventually departing in the Vagabond, just leaving the hangar of the Taurus Rex and beginning your journey away from the local gas giant to prepare for your next jump. We pick up a few moments later, all of you still standing here in the bridge of the ship. Let's see if I can do this. That's the space map. Hold on. That's the Chronicle poster. That's not what I wanted either. Hold on. And there it is.
Please.
Yay, the ship.
Believable.
As we zoom in, take the perspective here of Sterulia currently. All of you aboard the bridge currently, having just left the hangar. I'll push the map to you in case you need me to. There we go. Does everybody see that? Let's make sure before we get into the rest.
Solomon is intense.
What is?
Solomon is tile.
Solomon. Yeah. Yeah. It zooms in so close on his face, right? So it makes it look even more intense.
You gave me control of your ship, you fools.
Maybe I should
You
pull up.
never should have given me the stick.
Maybe I should just pull up his main picture so people can see what he looks like without the face. Because it is a little
My
crazy.
kid's face here.
Yeah, that's fancy grounds. I don't know. It gives me less control over the token than I would like. Well, Fancy Grounds is being particularly obstinate at the moment too. It's like
Zordon or the Power Ranger.
we'll just go back to this feud for a moment while Fancy Grounds tries to do its thing.
Rangers.
Rangers. Just let Fancy Grounds do its loading. Don't try and make it load anything else, by the way, at the moment.
Oh, what's going on here? Oh, that's Mackhouse. What are you? Oh, no, that was yours.
You look at my stream, I zoomed in on his face.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
Scary.
that's funny.
Mine's like really big. It's like on my second monitor, which is my TV. So it's like his face is actually like the size of my hand. Like,
Oh, that's funny.
he's large.
Wow. There it goes.
Exaggerated, but
It finally stopped being crazy.
crazy.
Close that. Never hit that button again.
Showed 1 million low birth pods
All right, I'll move
or
here.
dice towers. Those dice towers.
All right, there's Solomon's face. Looks a little less intense when you see the
A little less,
whole
yeah.
face.
Yeah, that's true. It is a little less intense.
From the eyes, from
Yeah.
the eyes up, he's definitely killed a man or two.
Yeah. When you just see like poking up like that, that's kind of scary.
Yeah, that's a killer. Yeah.
that needs to be a screen room.
But then he
thing.
raises up. Hey. Anyway,
Oh yeah. that's
Solomon,
when they pop up.
everybody.
Yeah.
Dos
Totally gonna do
Equis.
that.
well, I'm glad we had that distraction. Anyway, everybody's sitting here on the bridge now, or standing rather. Solomon sitting in the pilot seat, having just left the hangar. You guys kind of all in anticipation of this, looking out at the Taurus Rex as you're leaving it. The Taurus Rex completing its refueling procedures at the gas giant here. You still have to travel out 100 diameters away from the gas giant in order to make your jump to your next system. Go to... It's here. Yeah, there he is. Found it. So we'll deal with that when you get to it. But for now, as you each kind of sit here taking in the, I guess more like the view of the enormity of the Taurus Rex, plus the beauty of this gas giant, right? Which is never not spectacular. One of nature's most impressive sights. Each of you taking a moment to stare in awe as Solomon, doing his duty as a new pilot hired aboard this vessel, excellently, he rolled really well, but it was an easy roll, but excellently moving away from the hangar as the doors close beneath you, giving all of you kind of a little bit of confidence and like, okay, at least this guy can get us out of a hangar. He's not completely bullshit, at least, you know, at this point. But he moves you away a bit more from the ship as you have this view. And he looks down at because nobody's sitting in the other seat right now in the co-pilot. But you could be if you wanted to. But he looks down at his console and flips a couple switches and then moves some of the holograms around that you can see that he's customized the interface. He's had a time on the ship now to actually customize it to how he wants it to be, because he was on the ship for several days running simulations before he ever had to pilot. So he's pretty much set up the ship the way that he wants it, or the console the way that he wants it to work as a pilot, and he can just flip it to his, which all of you can do on the bridge, by the way. That's a thing. One of the things you have on the ship let you do. Holographic displays, I think is what it's called, or holographic controls. Anyway, so you can see him manipulating that, and he like scratches his chin for 1 second and then moves one of the things in the interface a little bit and nods his head like he's like, yeah, okay, it should be here. Now that he's piloting it for real, he taps something and it kind of like locks in, kind of lowers down in this space. And then something lights up there and he starts to interact with it, squints his eyes at it for a second. And Ryder, you have now set down in the co-pilot seat currently, are monitoring the condition of the ship. And Solomon turns over to his right to face you for a moment, like this, and says, "Well, Captain Young, looks like we got ourselves a little hail here from, what is that ship's name? That's me saying that, not him, actually. I won't tell if you won't. Just to say, you might want to say goodbye again. I'm not too sure. Want me to patch him through to you?"
Yeah, patch him in.
And there's no real roll for that, so he just transfers it over to your station, and you can answer it.
This is the Vagabond.
Brief second goes by.
Yes, this is the same, once again, of the, I won't tell if you want, I would,
Hey.
I thought of a few things that we could perhaps discuss on our way out of here now that we are no longer aboard the Taurus Rex, you understand. That the communications are between our two ships and not relayed between that one. But at any rate, it's nothing too much. We've spoken in person, but I did think that perhaps I should mention to you, given your...
And he's kind of like, he pauses and he's kind of like he's trying to think of something to say.
unique cargo interests and our collaborative effort in those fields, perhaps I should, especially since I intend to retire from said fields, suggest to you a contact.
Oh,
I think it gives you a moment to respond or whatever.
Hang
a
on.
contact, eh?
I'm just kidding.
What kind of contact?
My voice changer is working, by the way, right? Just making sure because the light is being weird on it.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
Okay. All right, just wanted to be sure.
Well, I was reticent to mention her name while aboard the Taurus Rex for fear of any type of spying or what have you that might be occurring on board, but her name is Dr. Jane Bledsoe.
That's Dr. Jane Bledsoe. I can spell it for you. Jayne Bledsoe.
Okay.
She is a human expert on psionics and psionically sensitive artifacts from the precursors. She's been a useful contact of mine for years now. She isn't specifically a scion herself, but she is unaligned, not associated with the Imperium or the Florian League, nor the Aslan Hyrit, nor the Glorious Empire. And she works for the Research Station Delta on Dostoevsky with precursor artifacts specifically, and has for the last decade or maybe perhaps even two. I'm not sure. Quite a useful contact for you, I might think.
It gives you a moment to respond.
Yeah, actually, that's amazing. Thank you very much for that information.
Research Station Delta and where?
Research
Dostoevsky?
Station Delta on Dostoevsky, which is the opposite direction you're headed right now, currently. But hold on, I'm not done.
She is stationed there, that is where she works and has for more than a decade now, yes. But there was recently evidence of a new artifact being found on Tick-Tick, sometimes also simply referred to as the press. And this led her to form a team and assemble them there. If you were to find her and mention my name, I'm certain that she would be willing to allow you to join her effort and perhaps even provide you with some information.
Oh, that's.
Anyway, that's about all I can hope for.
We'll definitely go see her.
I had intended to myself before reconsiderations in my particular line of work, given the circumstances with my wife and son. At any rate, if you are ever on Floria, do not forget our contact. I would be pleased to make your acquaintance again. And I might have more work for you.
We would be pleased to meet with you again. I hope you travel safe.
To say note.
All right. That ends the transmission.
Okay. Toodles. So that was interesting.
Did we all hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
You also tell us everything. No.
I mean, it's open comms on the bridge right now. If he wanted to put it in his ear, he would have to say he was doing that. But you could.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
A human expert on psionics and psionic sensitive artifacts from the precursor era? I mean, we almost have to, don't we?
Kind of
Have to see her.
Kind of seems like it. Yeah.
At the very least, maybe she'll buy it off of us. Get it out of our hands.
Make a bit of money.
Or she may have the third piece that we need. Or second, or... I guess we still need 2 more pieces.
Yep, we have an interface now.
We know
Right,
how
we
to
have
read
the
it.
interface. That's right.
I wouldn't go that far. It's hard to make sense of.
Well, it's because we don't have the whole picture.
Do we want to show her, talk to her about how we have the interface?
Like I
See
said,
if she
we
can help
almost-
us?
I feel like we have to. It's just me, though.
Yeah.
I mean, when we
Stay
ever
really
gonna
good.
find
the
another
plan
person,
for
another
us.
expert.
They really had the plan for our destination. I don't know if this... Where's Tick Tick?
Yeah, how does Tick Tick fall into our plan, Starulia?
Well, it looks about 3 weeks to get there.
Solomon will say, hell of a backwater down there. Keep that in mind.
You've
Scout service. I've been by Scout services. It's on the Florian route or just off of it. I've run my fair amounts of cargo, but not too Tick. Never landed there specifically. There's no real law there or government as such. It's a pretty low tech
Hell yeah.
environment. The only folks there are a few human colonists and the Tick-Ticks themselves, which are kind of a variant on the Chirpers. If you ever met one of them on another world, they're primitive folk. They are peaceful, from what I understand. Real kindly, but they're a bit protected as a primitive species by the Scout services to some degree. So if you do land there, they've only got a down port, and your ship ain't allowed more than 10 kilometers away from it. So just keep that in mind if you're
but they let you on
going
the
to
plane.
see your doctor friend. Oh yeah, for now it ain't like it's a red zone. I know Scout Services want it to be, and they've been petitioning for it to be for a while, but it ain't yet.
Alright, I was wondering if that was the case.
Hell of a
It'll make it
backwater
easier
though.
for us. It's
That's all
alright.
he says.
We can bring a little front water with us.
He chuckles at that. You can see him flipping some switches, and you kind of feel the engines kicking in. That's why I turned the sound on earlier. I don't know if you noticed, but you can feel the engines kicking in as the M drives are pushing you closer and closer, or further and further away. Sorry, from the Taurus Rex and the gas giant currently.
No, we're flying into the Rex. All right.
Beautiful. And he just crashes into it. Up yours.
Like a whole bunch of drugs in his fucking bunk. Like he's just super fucking high.
Oh no, we should not have hired him.
Did anyone
End
do a
of
background
campaign.
check?
Sorry, don't mean to interrupt your conversation by making too many jokes.
Solomon, I got my eye on you. Shit. Okay. So I guess the tick, I guess. 3 weeks. What are the stops in between? Anything we can profit from?
Profit is. There's potential for profit, but not if you want to get there in 3 weeks.
Well, I guess we play it by ear. She's probably not headed anywhere anytime soon.
We don't really have any pressing obligations, so
Fuck the people on the board. The peasanters.
they're getting a free ride anyway.
I mean,
They're gonna complain about more of a free ride? That doesn't even
they
make
just
sense.
get to go further for more free.
Yeah. That's more value. We're just giving you more free stuff.
Yeah, you're right. Fuck them.
They can't be mad at that.
And then the low berth passengers, we'll just keep them in low berth until we make it all the way back to where we were going. And they'll never know.
Exactly.
We'll be
They're gonna pay full price. They're gonna
8 years
just
later.
they don't know.
They won't
We're
know.
not gonna
Yeah,
tell
we're getting
them.
our money from those guys. They don't know anything bad happened.
Yep.
Of course, a full low berth there is costing you money, so having them in there for longer than what they're paying for a single trip is losing you money, not gaining
Oh,
you
that's
money.
funny.
Shit.
That's
So
funny.
theoretically, you want to drop them off somewhere so you can put somebody else in the low berth and make them pay.
Well,
Or just
they're
make
asleep.
the
We'll
bill
just drop them
higher.
off here.
Are our low berths modular? Could we swap them out?
Oh,
I mean, they have to be connected to the ship to be functional.
what is
can-
mail?
I mean, like if we
Stall
dock with
stations.
another ship, could we swap filled ones for unfilled?
Oh, no, you would have to buy
Yeah.
more expensive ones to do that.
Oh,
But you
Okay.
you
could.
just mail the ones we have to their destination.
Yeah, just
Mail,
send them on.
Yeah.
They have to have their own, like,
post
fully
Bye.
contained system for that. Whereas yours are, like,
Wait.
ran by part of the ship, basically, powered by the ship, all that.
Oh,
We could just go rent some. We could buy tickets from some other ship's low berth and like transfer their bodies
Yeah.
and just carry them over.
Just don't wake them up. Put them in.
We're
On
on your ship.
stretchers.
What the?
Yeah, wait, huh?
And it's like a
We're
year
rolling
later.
stealth
yeah,
they're
rolls to
there.
not wake
It's
them
a
up.
year
and
later,
stuff.
they're on a different ship. Well, we got here, I guess.
Uh,
You're not there for them to yell at you.
Clean getaway.
They won't even know what
Yep.
to put on Space Yelp.
The perfect time.
Anyway, so what do you guys do as you sit here having this conversation about your destination, your route?
Roman shoots a shot. It's Flask. Passes it to Ryder.
that kind of shot.
Solid.
Hell yeah.
That was crazy.
Thank
Here you go.
you.
Why is he doing that?
On our way to Bledsoe.
Bledsoe.
Either way, we have to stop at Lycidius first.
Lycidius? Alright.
Works for me.
Is it a
We're gonna
A
make some
station?
credits there.
A downport? High port? Do they have an Astro Burger, I guess is what I'm asking.
I don't know. This place looks like a shithole.
Oh, fuck. Well, I mean, my home planet was shithole too, and there was Astro Burger, so we might get lucky.
Your shithole was at least in the Empire.
Was it?
Or
Not really.
Imperial?
No. We had no interference from the Imperial Empire, or whatever they fuck they want to call themselves.
Imperium.
Estroburger was closest thing we had to anything of regular deliveries. Some deal with the planet and the trade systems with the home world. I don't really know the details myself, but they were regular. Could rely on them more than the Imperium, that's for sure. Serious, eh?
It's a vacuum world.
Aching world, so was mine.
So you know a thing or two about shitholes.
I'll tell you a thing or two about shitholes, my friend.
As you're holding your flask up.
Two shitholes.
Who shitholes?
2 shitholes.
Solomon. I'll hand it to Solomon.
Later.
It was a test, you pissed.
All right, good job, Solomon. You earned a point.
Earned a point. He just nods.
Alright.
Continues.
I watch him a little less intently.
Just as long as he doesn't kill the people we don't want him to kill, everything will be okay.
And he kills the people we want him to kill.
Exactly.
Speaking of tests there, Captain, and he kind of hits a few buttons and turns a little bit of share towards you. I'm fine doing 2 shifts a day if you want, 2 6s. I can do them back to back, or I can do them every other. That's fine with me. Are you the other pilot that's handling the other 2, or do you got 2 of y'all that's splitting it up? I just want to know who to expect to come in and relieve me, and who to come in if I need to discuss something about the next shift with who to call on the horn over there.
Yeah, well, we've been splitting them up. I'll take at least one of those other ones, and either Dixon or Roman, whoever wants to hang out, we'll let Sterulia take off a hat and not have to watch the bridge anymore.
Yeah, I got nothing else going on. I'm happy to watch. I'm happy to cover a shift if the doc's, up to whatever he gets up to.
Well, I'm just gonna call you the tactical officer here then, since you're not one operating guns and security for this ship, and you here, Captain. So, who should I be relieved by on my first shift?
This guy's all business. I like it.
What time is it right now?
Well, it is my job.
You're damn right.
What time is it right now?
Paying you for a reason.
That was another test. You
I
passed.
can push it. You can actually see it by clicking the calendar, though, by the way. But
Oh, it works.
Can I?
Sweet.
That's
Yeah.
too much work. How do I do
6th
that?
day, 11/05/098 at 3:30 p.m.
Oh, cow. Okay.
Yeah.
Ah, look at that.
How long
Yeah,
till we
it's
get
a
to
laggy. It's a laggy extension,
It
so I
sure
keep it closed.
is laggy. Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
it's very laggy.
I tried to moving it
Yeah,
around.
don't do a lot
Alright.
of that. Is my suggestion when you're using it. Don't do a lot of moving it for whatever reason. I don't have a damn clue why.
Alright. It's there. Alright. So it's 3:30 p.m. I'll take the next shift, and then that'll be like 9:30. I'll be ready for bed.
All right then.
Oh.
Well, since you'll relieve me, I'll sleep after this, and then come relieve you, and then you can come relieve me, Dixon. Sound good?
Yeah, but sounds good.
Perfect.
And then you'll come relieve me again, Captain. We'll be on a rotation like that, since all I'm doing is piloting aboard this thing. He
That's awesome.
pats the console.
Hey, does it include landing?
Oh, I got choked.
That should
Oh,
free up
yeah,
some
shit.
library time for me.
We only
That's
asked if
good
he could
news.
fly. We didn't ask if he could land.
Yeah, only do takeoffs
This is
and jumps. None of landing. I was hoping one of y'all do that.
That's
I'm
gonna
good
be
at
extra.
landing.
He
Don't
smiles. No,
worry.
I'm good. I'm good, boys. I've been doing this for years.
All right. Hell yes. I like you, Solomon.
Perfect.
Well, thank you. So far, I like all y'all too.
Yeah, it's another point. You get another
The
point.
scene-
Ain't had too many dinners on board, but they've been all right so far. And he gives you guys like a wink, like he's joking,
Pretty good.
like it wouldn't have mattered.
Oh, because he didn't
Well,
have
Yeah.
they are still good.
food. I could tell Tassan has a good judge of character, at least.
Well, he needed
Besides his
folks
wife,
that
I
he
guess.
trusted to be around his kid. As far as I understand, she was all right, folks. She just people make mistakes. She made one and split up her family, I guess. She still contacted him and came and saw the boy some. I don't think she was bad folk or nothing.
He doesn't seem to be angry at her.
I think he blames himself more than anything. You know, seems the type. He's just like operating the controls, checking over panels as he's talking to you. Seems the type. He's a good feller too.
I'll agree. He seems to have given us a very powerful contact. That's for sure.
His doctor, yeah, I've been around her
Handsome.
once. She seemed all right. I didn't talk to her much. She was a bit older, about somewhere in her 50s. She's definitely an expert, academic type.
Oh, you hear that, Dixon?
Not afraid to get down to working though. One of those
Oh, you hear that, Dixon?
Oh, yeah,
archaeologists.
I'm
Do a
ready to
lot
get
of digging. She's been quite the expert, I think, on some of these
Yeah.
digs that he's been working with to collect them things.
Oh, shit. Alright.
digging it.
She's
Digging
While
it.
they're
around one of-
discussing this, I'm gonna put my excess equipment in the lockers over here.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
She's definitely,
I guess
seen
Solomon will
some
keep
of
his
these.
shotgun and his handgun probably in his quarters. I think is what he would mostly do.
We could give him a locker near the cockpit or something. Isn't there some gun lockers?
Has he earned enough points for a locker?
Well, he's
Keep
got
the
a
whole
giant.
farm
He's
away.
got a giant stateroom, so I'm sure he'll just put his
Yeah.
stuff in there for now.
We'll get him another
Yeah.
shotgun. We'll get him two
He-
shotguns so he can
He's
have
gonna
one
need
in
stuff
his room.
handy for all
Two shotguns.
the work he's gonna be doing around the ship.
Yeah, you
All
better,
right.
you better
They're
put on
not
some
made of
hats.
credits here.
We'll just take them off the dead bodies.
Take
Yeah,
off
they're
dead
shotguns.
bodies.
What's the problem?
You full murder hobo.
We need weapons.
After 15,
People
after
tend to die around
15
us. It's
episodes
not
of
us.
basically being like as pacifist as possible, like going just be like, you know what, we need lunch money. Let's go murder a hobo.
I need some new shoes. What size
Listen.
are you?
It wasn't working.
I did buy a grenade launcher. You think I do it for nothing? Yeah.
Grenades are surprisingly inexpensive.
And yet,
You bought the
surprisingly
non-lethal
expensive
rounds,
in their own way.
yeah.
But if you shoot
But they
somebody
don't
from
know
like
that.
2 feet away with it, with those, I mean, I don't think it'll be non-lethal.
The rods, the electric rod, yeah.
Just
they'll
right to the
fucking-
face.
Well, they got the baton rounds. I
Yeah,
think is what
that's
they're
what I
called.
got.
Even those,
They're
it's
like
like getting hit in the face by a club if you're like point blank range.
Yeah,
they're
they're-
electrified too. It's like a stun round.
They're not friendly.
They have
That's for
both of those,
sure.
yeah. The stun ones are just like you hit a guy with a thing that hurts hard and like knocks them down and stuff, right? But
Ugh.
they're pretty good.
A stunner, I would be okay to be shot with by my friend, but not a baton
If you
round from a
had to.
grenade launcher.
Yeah, that might break
Yeah,
some
probably
ribs, but knock you out or like put you down temporarily.
I could see doing laser tag with stunners, honestly, but
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't be too bad. I think it's probably pretty painful though.
well, yeah,
I
incentive
have
to
to
not get
imagine it's
shot.
painful. That's fair. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Oh yeah, and before we forget, just keep in mind that there is a floating boon on Ryder, there's a floating boon on Dixon, and Dixon has kind of a bonus floating boon because somebody bought an extra boon for him, but really you're only supposed to have one boon per character, but they already bought it, and we're not going to refund it, so we're just going to let him have the 2 for right now.
Oh, this boy Daniel.
But hey, J5. But
J5,
if anybody else buys the floating boon, don't put it on Dixon right now. Put it on somebody that doesn't have one.
Yeah, I know you know he needs it, but
he's already got 2
We
right
all
now.
feel bad for Dixon, but let's spread the love.
Okay.
Oh, he's being coddled.
Sure. No, I'm just jealous.
That's good. But you have one too. The only person that has it is Stable, yeah.
I'll be down hanging out with my new best friend, the orb.
The orb. Stroking it. Precious.
That's right, you're the Orb Lord now. I forgot.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
I forgot you called you asked that last time.
This will be the last time you forget.
That's good.
The whole galaxy will never forget.
You'll never forget my name.
All right. Well, so Solomon kind of leans back in his chair, and you can see mans a few controls and sets a few things up. Takes his hands off. Console turns towards you and says, "Well, we're ballistic. I'll just keep man and stick, making sure we stay on course."
With men.
Sounds good, Solomon.
Yep, I'll be here for next 6.
How long till we get to Lycidius?
Let's see here. At this rate, and the DM needs to pull up the fuck.
We can jump right now?
No. You're traveling to
Yeah.
out 100 diameters from here, at least to out 100 diameters from anywhere to jump, and then you'll have to jump to Lycidius. Where you are currently, close to last giant, at 1G thrust. So it's only about, I mean, it's a little ways out, but it's only about 80 hours.
Okay. All right.
And then a
Well-
week, like all jumps.
Yeah.
And then a week, yeah.
All right. Well, call me if you need me. I'm
All right,
Get out.
well, yeah, you're not doing bridge shifts or anything. Yeah, I'll come
I'll
by
say,
and see you here in about 7 hours or so, Doc, in your med bay.
All right, I'll be there. Just give me a holler. And then Mishka, come on. And I'm gonna get Mishka to go with me.
Okay.
And
She trusts you now, so if you say her name, she'll go. You don't have to like
yeah,
make
we
a name
both
or
had
anything for that. Yeah.
we both saw into each other's brains.
I thought I was
And then,
starting my thing now.
6 hours after him, after Solomon. You're relieving
And then,
Solomon after 6. It was Solomon, you, Dixon's. Yeah, it was Solomon, you, Solomon, Dixon.
Okay, I misunderstood.
I thought Dixon was gonna wake up Solomon. Or no, relieve. Okay, you said relieve, yeah.
We
I
can
thought-
stop it.
Solomon is
It could
currently
be-
piloting
Yeah.
right now, which is a 6 hour
Right,
thing.
I thought he was asking if I was taking over because he was leaving.
He was asking who's
but-
relieving him and when he's done. I mean, he just started.
Right, so I
piloting.
think that Dixon should relieve him,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
and then I'll do it in the morning.
you don't want to mess
Okay,
up your schedule.
So,
That's
Yeah.
fragile.
so Solomon,
Yeah.
Dixon, Solomon, you.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you can do Solomon, Dixon, you if you want to do it like that too. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be every other. That's 12 straight hours for
Yeah,
him.
how,
Though.
how do you want to do it?
Usually
Dixon?
for like shifts on something like this, you only do 6 hours on because having somebody like at the helm for 12 hours is considered kind of like a little bit
Yeah, I'd say
dangerous or
break it
whatever.
up. I mean, yeah, I'd say break it up.
Okay.
Just because it's a little weird for him to be, sleeping shifts like that, but I assume it's kind of normal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little shitty, but if you had an extra pilot, it wouldn't matter at all, right? If you hire like another one later on or something. Eventually, if you hire like a skeleton crew or something, you can even have the whole ship operated when you're not even on it. So there's things you can do.
We could just play undead songs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go play a different game while their Chronicle campaign rolls out.
Undead, well, skeleton crew.
Well, I mean, the point is, if you have a skeleton crew running everything on the ship, you can be like, oh, we're doing some downtime here for a little while because, I'm taking a month off or whatever. I'm still be in my stateroom, hanging out on the ship, doing stuff, but we're just gonna go back and forth doing some simple trade here with the skeleton crew operating the primaries of the ship, and at least a few of you managed to get some training time in and doing that kind of thing. But so those are reasons some people would do that, but there's also other reasons, because you could man other ships technically too if you built up a fleet and get crazy. Like, I mean, you did that even in Sojourn some, if you remember. There's lots of reasons you might do that, but it's definitely not necessary. So moving on from there, you bring Mishka into your stateroom.
I'm going to not drink from my flask, but I'm going to break out a glass, just one glass, and a pretty alright bottle of some booze, and I'm going to get super plastered, and I'm going to be blasting some music from my home planet.
Oh, is your door
Really
open or
loud.
closed to your stateroom?
Open.
Oh.
And I'm going to be blasting music like... it's like Russian folk music, right?
Like that
But,
scene
like-
in Star Trek: The Next Generation with Picard's taking care of the kid, and he's made that like hammock and blasting this weird music.
Yeah. So I'm blasting that, and I'm super trash, and I'm giving Mishka... I'm like in the shower with Mishka, giving her a bath.
Okay, that's.
And I'm
I
singing.
am gonna make you make an animal handling check to give Mishka a bath.
All right.
Oh gosh, she's gonna
Come
bite
on,
you and
Mishka.
kill you.
You're dirty. You need bath.
Especially
how we
like
lose our doctor.
this is how we lose our doctor. Oh god.
The wolf
Come
just
on,
takes his
Mishka.
arm off.
I walk
Is there a
into
penalty for doing surgery on yourself.
I walk on the bridge. Guys, I think I made the mistake. Like one of my arms is just gone.
Mishka's literally like hanging from your neck.
I think I need help.
Error in judgment.
On that note, everybody, because he has his door open and your crew deck is mostly open, hears him blasting this, like, I don't know, weird Russian rock sounding stuff.
Folk music more than anything.
See if I have something that'll sound like that. I don't know. I don't know if I have like folk music that would be very good for that.
Yeah, maybe not.
I
Gypsy
might
jams.
actually. Pepsi jams? Is that what you said?
Gypsy jams.
I might actually have something.
Coke all day. Pepsi is not okay.
Not?
Cook gang.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, is Pepsi okay?
We're not a sponsored stream. just so everybody knows.
Sucks.
Not with that attitude.
But if Pepsi wanted to sponsor us, then we might change our minds.
Well,
That's
I like
how it works,
Pepsi.
right?
Damn it.
You're ruining it.
Sponsorship like that.
Yeah.
Alright.
This has got like actual English words in it, but it's the best I can do.
This song is in Sea of Thieves.
It's not, but this is the most folky thing I have that I can play.
That works. Really loud.
Just visualize our skeleton crew like swapping the decks.
And y'all can't understand it. That works.
Yeah, I don't have a gibberish version that nobody can understand. But you know, it'll do for now. What a weird thing to have. Anyway, so this loud, strange music blasting through the crew deck of the ship while Roman's drinking. I need you to make your animal handling. It's gonna be int.
I don't have a boon, do I? Hey, fuck. Chaps. You said what?
It's gonna be int.
Just an int check?
Int animal handling.
Yeah, just an int check. So Jackson,
Intelligence tells you not to.
There is a skill. There is a skill for animal handling.
So it's jack of all trades if you don't have.
Do I get a bonus for like Nishka being like super smart, dude?
No. That's not how this works.
Fuck, man. All right.
It's task
Let's go
difficulty
to
8, so it's
seven,
regular average difficulty, but it's got,
Oh, come on.
All right. So it's a
Damn it.
-3 effect. All right.
Don't hurt me, Nishka.
So you
Oh,
begin
God.
pulling her towards like
Come on, you're dirty.
she doesn't wear a collar, so you're I guess just kind of like holding her and trying to pull her over towards
I'm gonna
the
use
shower.
some meat. I have some meat. Nishka, come get meat.
Are you gonna shower with meat?
Okay, I'll say with that roll, you try and lure her over and she's not responding. And you're like kind of like grab her a little bit, like try and pick her up, and you're like, oh, okay, never mind, she's too heavy. You get her to like scoot a little bit, and she keeps her like attention on the meat the whole time. She's not really looking at you. She's just like doing that thing that dogs do when they stare at it, and every now and then they're like.
Yeah.
Just like
Oh, shit.
throwing their tongue out, smelling at it every now and then. You get her to move a little bit closer to it. As you bring the meat back, though, I'm gonna go ahead and have you make a pure. Well, let's see. Do you have the skill? It would basically be the what's it called?
I'm a doctor. I'm a pure doctor.
I was gonna say I doubt you have the skill, considering how that wrestling match went last time. Athletics. So in athletics, dexterity. All right, then just a dexterity.
Oh, fuck, I passed it. God damn it. Okay.
Passed it.
Okay.
Oh, you mean you clicked it too many times? That's what you're saying.
Oh, that was terrible.
Two.
Man.
Nishka, come on. Don't you want... You're very dirty. Come on.
-6 effect. So with that, you're like dangling the meat, trying to pull her, and you're like really concentrating on getting her to pull her, and she just lunges very quickly and snaps the meat right out of your hand.
Oh, jeez.
And she's and just starts like walking out the door
All right.
with the meat in her mouth, and then just you kind of follow her for a second, seeing where she goes, and she goes and just sits down in the chair once again, kind of curls
I'm
up a
gonna-
little bit in this chair that she's too big for, and starts eating this large piece of meat that you've given her.
I'm going to sit on the floor of the shower, continue to drink, and sing my songs.
All right.
After failing your dog bath quest.
What are the rest of you doing while he's doing this?
Study.
Okay. What about Ryder and Dixon? What are you doing during this first shift Solomon's on?
Systematically, I would also be trying to study. Just so I can do. Even though I have a shift as a pilot.
Yeah, absolutely. That's totally fine.
Unless other weird things happen. Like,
Yeah. So you're gonna be spending time in the library mostly?
yeah. Well, I'm studying unarmed combat, so probably wherever workout space we have, kind of thing.
Well, we did just empty out 70 tons of cargo.
Yeah, you have a
60.
huge cargo hold full, so we can move you there if you want.
Food routines or whatever.
Empty enough you can run laps in it now.
Yeah.
And also read books, of course. Self-defense, blah blah blah. But at this moment, I think I'm sipping on. I'm in our room, like our common area. Kind of absentmindedly have a drink in front of me, but just thinking about this whole orb thing. Like, just see me sitting and thinking, kind of staring off. But I'm thinking about this interaction with the sonic orb.
Listening to the loud music being played by
I'm trying to
Roman.
tune it out. And tuning out the dog violence.
Yeah, you're just
I'm
kind of
thinking
like look
about,
to your left to see it happen.
Trying to replay what happened and like maybe what we might, if anything, might do to ask the orb or talk, try to leverage the orb in some way.
All right.
What we should try to, if we should try to force anything with the orb.
What's Ryder
Really
doing
get out of it.
while Solomon's
Ryder is going
on
to
his shift?
be studying as well.
So in the library.
Yeah. I'm going to study one more week on piloting just to finish up this study period.
I shut the door to the library so you wouldn't hear the loud folk music.
Yeah. And also visiting the auto bar.
Okay, that's upstairs.
Oh, with all the other passengers? Weird. They freak me out.
It freaked me out.
I know they are
So I thought
weird.
I thought we put the auto bar in our common area, in the corner.
No, you put it in the galley. You talked about putting it there, but you put
I
it in the galley.
tried to, but I think we didn't
Alright.
or couldn't for some reason or something.
Well, you could have if you'd done stuff, but you didn't. Anyway, so that's where everybody is at during this period. I'll go ahead and move
Let's just put the
forward.
auto bar here in the library.
I mean,
You can lose.
I
brain
guess I
cells
could
while
set
you
it
gain
up.
brain cells.
To deliver mixed drinks to various parts of the ship.
I
You just have to buy
agree.
like expert systems and stuff
That should happen.
to be able to do
No,
that.
just use like pneumatic tubes through the.
Oh, sure. If you just want to do it like really low tech, you just have to have
Yeah.
somebody that basically dumps them out from the thing into it up top. But you could do that really
It
easily.
just delivers a cylinder filled with a mixed drink. You pour it in your little cup. And you're like, thanks.
That'd be
But
great.
I always have on me. Paching. Yeah.
Giving a tour of the ship, he's like, "Check this out!" Bam, and like a panel falls out.
The
Yep,
bed
there's
falls
booze on
out.
the wall.
The disco ball lowers from the ceiling.
Oh wait, wrong panel. Hang on.
Yeah. Okay.
Bed starts
So-
in a circle.
Solomon continues to pilot for this 6-hour period of time. If there are any other conversations or anything anybody wants to have during this period, just let me know. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and go to the thing here, and I'll start rolling. Start rolling dice.
I just continue to drink. Yeah, you can all hear me. If you're
Right.
up in the
Yeah,
common
we
area.
know.
Yeah, we know. Okay. So I'm gonna roll for random encounters and stuff in system on your way
Space.
out. So space.
Random encounter table in space.
That is correct.
Oh,
In space,
run into
random
a
encounter
space
table.
table.
This doesn't. No.
A
no, no,
random-
No.
Pack of space orcs.
2d6. Space
Oh.
orcs.
Space gnolls.
bad space table.
Bad space table.
For land travel.
You're on your way to the egress point now. From here, it's in an area of space that is. I'll go ahead and just go to this view. It's in an area of space that, as we have discussed before, though you don't have a lot of context for the specific details of it, you do know it's a hotbed of activity. It can be a bit dangerous, but down here in Torrance, you're a little bit out of the way of some of the more profitable structures and opportunities and stuff of the Dust Belt, but also some of the dangers of it as well. Though your proximity to the to the Glorious Empire is probably perhaps the most concerning aspect of your current position here. And you do eventually get a contact. Hold on. But 1 second. You do eventually get a contact, Solomon, during the middle of, and this is not during his first shift, but this would be like in a later shift, hours and hours later, so you're almost to your jump point. Solomon will call up probably Ryder on in-ship comms.
Yeah, Captain, got a contact popped up here. Just saw their gamma ray burst as they left jump space. Looks like it's a Glorious Empire freighter of some sort. No contact, no hail. Just wanted to make sure you knew about it. Not the most friendliest sort.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. We'll just keep on let's keep on floating by and let me know if anything changes.
All right.
It cuts out. So the I don't know where you are at this point in relation to each other, but it doesn't seem to change course. It seems to move through system towards the gas giant that you're vectoring. So you're vectoring away from it and thing, and it's vectoring towards it, likely for some kind of refueling. It's, as far as you can tell, a pretty large Glorious Empire Corvette. So a little around the size of your ship. I think it's like a 300 ton ship.
300 pounds. Wow.
It's a mini ship. They're very small people, those Glorious Empire. Anyway, so no, it's like an Aslan. They're the most Aslan of all Aslan. They're kind of like a little lower tech than the Hyrate, and they've been losing systems and stuff from them for decades, but they're kind of like the Aslan for Aslan. They're much more xenophobic. They are not usually the most friendly, but they are known for their extreme warrior culture, so I don't know if any of that's good. But so you do see them. They don't approach you though, and you eventually get to your egress point. And he goes all crew, which means to the whole crew deck.
All right, there, ladies and gentlemen, prepare for jump. We are ready to head on to Lucidius. You just let me know when you're ready to engage there, Captain.
And I gotta make the roll, but since he's doing piloting, I guess.
Astrogator, perhaps you should come on up to the bridge.
So what time is it? Oh, I can look.
I'm moving the calendar now, so hold on before you look.
Oh, okay.
As I said, it is laggy, so give it a second.
Roman, did you have a nice shower?
I did. That was a couple days ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A few days ago.
I mean, I'm not the one that.
Yeah. He's implying you need to take
Waits that
another
long.
one.
I've been trying to convince Mishka to take shower. She's fucking dirty, man. I haven't been able to. Maybe Dixon. Maybe she'll listen to Dixon. She doesn't seem to like water too much. She likes meat.
Me too.
All right, it is third day 11:05. Or sorry, 1105-102, because you've now passed into the 3 digits now in years.
Oh man.
Milestone.
Triple
You've been together
days.
for. That's how long because you basically started at the new year, so you.
Yeah.
So you've been together for 102 days now.
Wow.
And
And it's 1:30 a.m.
triple digits, guys.
Wait a minute. It's 102? Keep going. I gotta look something up though real quick.
Is it your birthday?
It might be. It might be my birthday. It might be coming up.
Is it your birthday?
I think I'm 10.
Well, you were asking the time, Ryder. What?
Yeah, because if it
119.
was 1:30 a.m., I'd be asleep, and so I'd make my way up here after he called the comms.
Okay.
I was just wondering what I was doing before that, but 1:30 I'd be asleep.
Stay real. What about you?
I'm on bridge.
All right. I was making sure.
All right, Solomon, let's hit it.
Let's switch. All right.
No, not the pipe, Solomon.
Los
the
Deos.
Minus 1
Oh,
point.
sorry.
jump. Minus 1 point, Solomon.
All right, making sure.
You were doing so well too.
Understand the
All
point
right, we
system here.
should- yeah, it's just completely random. Should be good to do.
Have you ever
this.
seen Whose Line Is It Anyway?
It's like that, except it matters.
Just like
Except
What?
it matters.
except it matters for your career.
Oh god, that's even more confusing.
That's the worst. That's the absolute
welcome
worst.
to the real world.
Permanent record.
Okay, here we go. I was trying to find the thing again. The maneuver. The maneuver.
Maneuver.
Come on, fancy ground stomp.
Don't fail me now.
Don't
Drop the
hurt
dice.
me now.
There it is. Okay. Yeah, I'll just move it here. All right, so astrogation.
Okay.
And basically, you're here to give the order, Ryder, and to confirm that this is exactly what you want to do since you're the captain. Solomon is here to be the pilot, and Sterulia, you're the engineer and the astrogator involved in this. So the task chain is up for preparing to jump.
Is it? I also see CIU core removal process.
Here, I'll
There it goes. It went away. Okay.
Oh, we were getting the CIU implanted into our ship. That's what we were doing.
Yes, removing it from the case it was in that we brought it.
That was the
here.
task chain that he was
So we
doing
put
last
it-
time, or she was doing last time. But anyway, so
How you doing, Dixon?
yeah, astrogator gonna go ahead and need those exact coordinates, your jump plot.
Spider eyes.
All right, that's a success.
Okay. You did it.
All right, so basically now you need to essentially there's a preparation and a like actual transfer of power done for the J drive. So that can be done either from the bridge or from engineering itself. You've done it both. So whichever one you want to do. You're already on the bridge, so I assume you're doing it from here.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, it's better.
Well, that's much better. All right, power transfer's looking good so far. Everything's stable here, Sterulia. Looks like we just need it transferred to the jump coils, and I'll be ready to make this jump.
Roger that.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, we're looking good here. Let's see. I gotta pull Solomon's sheet up so I can click his
Should
Oh, that's
be all
Mishka.
set.
Not gonna roll the pilot check as Mishka. Sorry.
See
What? What
the
kind of
wolf's
wolf
up there
is
driving stick.
this?
That's
What-
talking to me about a bath.
Oh wow. Wow.
It's taking us to Ryza.
All right, here we go. Now it's working.
Ooh.
Spacecraft.
Directed by Jonathan Frakes.
Can't do that. Can't do that to me.
Dexterity, endurance,
These boys
and
get it.
education. All right, here we go. Wait, where do I drop this on?
The results box.
Okay.
You okay? You okay?
I'm not alright. These boys get it.
All right, well, when you say the word, Captain. Jump to Lascivious is prepared. Coordinates set. Jump coils are primed.
Optimus Prime.
All right. Let's get out of here.
All right, punching it.
You need to make it so.
Don't,
kind
don't
of
punch
phrase.
it.
How that hurts.
Just jump.
Wow, he rolled a 15.
You need like a
Oh damn.
engage. Make it so.
So 9 total on the roll, but he has a +6 because of the effects from the engineer and his +3. That's pretty impressive.
Ooh.
So that's awesome.
Get
All
it.
right, it looks like
All right.
transfer to jump space has begun. I think we're gonna be all right. Ship's holding up pretty good. Coils staying within expected parameters. Everything seems nominal.
Okay.
That was
All right. So we thought before.
the least common description I've ever heard. It's like, oh, I think we're in warp.
Well, it takes it. Technically, it takes
You know
30
what you're
minutes
doing,
to go to jump. So he's like basically narrating that it seems to be working as you're doing the process.
We seem to be.
It's not.
I
There is no
trust it.
instant jump to jump. I guess to say there's no instant movement, which is one of the things in the opening scene that makes that particularly interesting, right? Is they appeared out of nowhere instantly, they disappeared instantly, they didn't do any traveling in and out away from a star, all that.
I took note.
Takes a lot of energy, probably.
That's your response to that? Good powers. Power sources.
So a few moments go
Everybody
by
needs
and you
stars,
can
man.
see the brilliant starry sky spill away into this kind of roiling storm of blues and strange colors as you peel your way into jump space, and the ship just sits there and kind of smoothly feels as though it's cruising. Monitors on the ship, holographic display monitors that is, displaying the status of the ship in various conditions, and the as far as you can tell, providing telemetry on the state of the jump bubble. Everything seems, as he said, nominal. All right, well, I should be on here for about another 3 hours or so. Y'all feel free to go do whatever you're wanting. I think we're gonna be good here for about another week.
Sounds good. I'm gonna head back to bed.
Ain't much to do while we're in jump space. Just make sure she don't blow herself up. And he just kind of like leans back.
Yeah, you lose a lot of points if you do that.
I gotta be a pilot.
Lose a lot of everything. As you Three Stooges the door.
Alright guys, I'm going back to bed. I think we're jumping.
Oh, great. I thought it
Well,
felt it.
You're in jump space now. The process has completed. You are now in jump space.
Oh, we are jumping.
That's when I did the
process is
sound.
completed.
When I
Good
made
night.
the
Sounds good,
when I
my
did the
friend.
jump space sounds, you're in jump.
Well, I'm sure I'll see you in the morning or in the afternoon sometime.
Yeah, neither one of those is real on a ship anyway. So. All right. Well,
Another weekend jump.
with that, we go into. Pull this up. That's the wrong button, damn it. There we go. With that, we go into Jump Space and the events therein. But this is a bit of downtime and slice of life for all of you. There is, however, one interesting thing to note. As you're passing through the system on your way out, before you had jumped, you had picked up a new that was actually technically passed along by one of the Hyrate ships. There, not the Hyrate, sorry, the Empire ships there, Glorious Empire ships there, but data. You got a data packet, just like open one, so it's like news and all that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff. Nothing special. It's just the kind of thing that ships pass to like, every ship, basically. That like mostly is automatic and stuff like that, depending on where they've been, etc. This one comes in with. You have a little bit of Imperial news, like Imperium news, not Glorious Empire news. That's all like not part of the actual data packet at all. And then a little bit of more local news. So we can go into either of those. Which would you prefer first, I guess? And then after that, we can move into any personal scenes and how you're handling your downtime. And then I have a few rolls I gotta make for things happening on board, and we can get through this jump. So, what would you like first?
Imperial news. Okay. I don't care.
All right, Imperial news.
That news first.
So this
We got this from the ship that passed by.
Yeah, it's not a completely uncommon thing. It's sort of like how a lot of the data just gets spread around, right? Like that, yeah. Essentially, it's run mostly in the same way that the FFIDs work. They kind of report different amounts of data about their ship there, who they are, all this stuff, and then like a carrier data packet gets moved for certain things. So sometimes that's news, sometimes that's letters and stuff, but you have to like have a special equipment to do the true like letters and all that stuff. So sometimes it's just basic data, and sometimes it's much more. This is just like this is why you're not getting any messages or anything like that. This is only a little bit of news and stuff, and a few like entertainment vids, that kind of thing, like a few updates to some stuff like that. Nice. But just some basic stuff that you pick up. So Imperial news first. Picking up. Actually kind of related to news, well, very specifically related to news that you had heard before on the Imperial News Network a while back now. I mean, related to a previous story, so kind of strikes your attention as you look at it. But close on the heels of the joint announcement by General Shipyards and Tukara Lines that Elhide drop tanks would soon be manufactured in the Regina subsector, came word by express boat from the Imperial Corps that a decision has been made to deploy Jump 6 Elhide drop tank express boats on all major express routes within the Imperium. Initial feasibility studies indicate that such a system could average jump 5.5 per week by executing maximum jumps and leaving current X-boats to disseminate information between the new major relay points. The system is expected to cut communication time to the Imperial hub to under 25 weeks. The initial system deployment schedule indicates that the Regina subsector can expect to be fully integrated into the network within a single decade. And that's all the like general Imperium news you get. But that is kind of related to the story you heard before about the drop tanks and all that stuff. I guess, do you want the local stuff now?
We send them news, like current news from Flammarion, just so they're like, what the fuck? How'd you get?
You probably already have done that, right? Like some of that probably did get posted. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
So yeah, it updated like a little bit earlier. They're like,
Yesterday's
huh?
paper from Flammarion,
That's a little weird.
Did they hear that?
Yeah.
And the
crazy
news that this story talking about information traveling quicker in the future,
Yeah.
but like in the next decade, and we have information from like 26
Now?
sectors away.
What?
Now? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
So weird.
shit.
All right.
Wow.
Local news. Tyr has been defeated in several battles by Asus due to the hiring of many Aslan mercenaries from the Glorious Empire. A new deal with Asus and the Glorious Empire. Asus having hired many Aslan mercenaries before, but of specific clans from the Hyrate. This is the first dealings of the Glorious Empire and Asus, but has produced considerable results with the last 4 space conflicts and the last 3 ground conflicts having all been directly in the favor of Asus and their Aslan mercenary compatriots. Death tolls are thought to be quite high in these battles, and Tyr is in utter backpedal. More on this story later. We can see that that Tyr expresses that the conflict is still ongoing and they are down but not out. Trade, as a result, has slowed down across the Florian route, and as a result, the whole of the Dust Belt. A number of scarcities have begun as a result. And it is reported that independent piracy has increased in the wake of Tyr's removal. Is this a power vacuum opening up within the Dust Belt? We are yet to see. In further news, the Thalassian representative to Asus has been spotted in these photographs. And these show, like, basically pictures, just simple pictures, like old school, not hollow image, like chemical, took with a camera kind of pictures. Well, probably digital, not chemical, but like pictures like we would have, 2D images of a Thalassian individual, and it kind of zooms in on her, and you can see a pretty good view of her face. Thalassian representative to Asus, Thodra la Nostra, having been spotted on planet Tyr, one of the oldest and most contentious enemies of Asus, has caused an enormous uproar in the Asus capital. There are a number of protests in the streets, and the Warhawks are calling. And then a bit of other local news comes in that's of largely no interest to you. It's just sort of like reporting like grain rates and stuff like that, and it mostly is talking about Asus as an agricultural center, which, because it's a garden world, it is kind of the big important garden world in this section of space, right? Down here in the Dust Belt has shipments from it have been diminishing to areas that are somewhat dependent on its food sources. It as a food source, sorry. Anyway, that's all you get from the news. You're starting to get some context for things, I feel like.
Ostra? An enemy of Asus? That's weird. Wonder what she did to piss them off.
never changes.
War.
Well, I didn't say it pissed anybody off. They were people were on Aces were pissed off because she was spotted on tier. That's what they did to
Right.
piss them off.
But
That's all you know.
They're mad at her for something obviously that she did before she was ever spotted on tier, or else they wouldn't have been mad that she was.
No, they're mad specifically. The people are mad specifically because she was spotted on tier. That's like, so Thalassa is kind of north, basically, if you want to think of it like that. They have a lot of people, representatives and stuff in the area. They're quite advanced. The fact, and there is a representative at ASIS and has been working closely with them for years and stuff, but her being spotted on tier, their greatest enemy, is like, what the fuck is she doing over there? She shouldn't be providing any kind of help to them, right? Like, they're our enemy. We're literally in a war with them right now. So like, is she spying? All this stuff. So people were freaking out and like basically calling for their head and like cutting off ties to Thalassa and all that stuff. Anyway, that's all the news.
Well, that was 5 minutes of a week. All right. What to do for the rest of the week?
So this is when we move into downtime and slice of life aboard the ship. This is a period of downtime and reflection for all of the characters. Here we can have any personal scenes that you guys want to have during this week. Otherwise, we're going to record the downtime, and I have some rolls I need to make to determine what's happening, like socially aboard the ship with the passengers and everything else. But other than that, that's pretty much it. So I'm going to give you just a second to think about if there's any personal scenes you want to have with each other during this week, any discussions you want to make, any plans that you want to make for your arrival at your next star system, all of that. And we will go on a very short, like 2-minute break while I go use the restroom while you do that. So we'll be right back. we're back. Oh yeah, I used to run a lot of Savage Worlds. I like the Benny system, but it has problems depending on how the GM running the system runs it, and how they handle bennies and stuff, and also like the way that the bennies themselves can be used like as a resource. Can be powerful one way, and there's systems that you can use to make a player kind of do a cool RP thing where they generate bennies for another player and stuff like that. We've done some playing around with that concept with inspiration in D&D, and that worked pretty well. I mean, I never minded it. It's a thing that can allow the players to get a little bit of narrative control over the universe, but not a lot. If you compare it to something like Momentum and Star Trek Adventures, it's not like anywhere near as powerful, but Momentum is like a whole meta layer,
plot device
that all of you have the one meta pool, and the GM of that game has one meta pool, and we both have points and they play off of each other and we have to spend them to do things. So that's a whole constructed layer, whereas bennies interact directly with the normal RP layer. I think that's probably what Psycho doesn't like about it as much, but they're not that different than like the Boon of Fate that we're doing now, to be fair. But anyway, there are some edges though that are broken with bennies that can just generate them like crazy. But moving on, now that we're back into this slice of life aboard the ship, this, as I said, a period of downtime and reflection for each of the characters. Are there any personal scenes that anybody wants to have with anybody else here during this week? Otherwise, it's going to be an uneventful week, and I'm going to have to make some rolls to see like what else is happening aboard.
Well, between my ongoing behind-the-scenes research into this lost episode of more information on those insectoids, that life form that we uncovered,
Right.
Roman's basically never going to be able to shake that until he has more answers. So it's like this constant, I'm always looking for it in everything that I'm looking at, you know? So
Okay.
that's always happening. But between that, I'm sure I'll find Dixon at some point mulling about. You said that you might be studying. I might find you in the library. I'll probably have to go there a couple times. I'll
Who
also be
needs a
doing
Benny?
a study week.
If you're giving out Boons of Fate, don't give them to Ryder or Dixon. They have them now.
I'll take one.
Roman and Stayruya are the only ones that don't have one. Stayruya's never had one.
But
Haven't needed any.
Not so far.
Wow.
you think you'll be in you think a library is a good place to find you?
I'll be the first to die.
Where is our library?
Now,
Doc.
Am I in it? I'm in it, right?
It's like right, south of your office, your lab.
Oh, fancy seeing you here.
Hey there, Doc.
I didn't see you come in.
Yeah.
What man? How do you
Have a seat there.
Yeah, don't mind if I do. Here, you drinking right now?
thanks for the
I
follow,
emptied my
Mr.
glass.
Kemphead.
Yeah, sure. I'll take a little nip.
What you researching there?
Oh, nothing really. Just some old book, some old fighting techniques. You know, gotta stay sharp.
Ah, it's interesting. No, I know absolutely nothing about that. Any of that.
Well, I know how to throw a punch, and that's probably about it. So,
Still better than me.
trying to brush up.
Yeah.
Been hitting the bag down in the hold.
Oh, you got a punching bag set up?
Yeah, just an old canvas sack or whatever.
Nice. Shit, I might try that out.
Good little
Won't do.
exercise on board. Keep your
Might break my
keep
wrist,
your mind
though, eh?
busy.
Yeah, I don't know. My mind's been racing since we became a crew. to be honest.
Yeah, it's yeah. It's been a hell
Too
of a
many
ride.
distractions. You know, I've said it before, but I like, you know, there was a time in my life when I would have killed to have this many distractions, and now it was a little rough at first. It was a lot, but you know, I think I'm starting to get it. I think I'm starting to understand what this is out here, what this life is.
Really, what's that?
Absolute fucking chaos, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I can agree with that, and I'll reach out for the flask. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of what we asked for, maybe, right?
Excuse me?
Well, no, what you were searching
That's
for.
not what I asked for.
Or running from. I mean,
Oh.
it might be what you were looking for, but a little part of you must have known that this was not going to be your little piece of paradise.
You know, I don't know what it was. I knew I had to get away. I thought we were gonna, I don't know, just somehow convince myself it was gonna be easier. You know, some trade routes, some, you know, maybe a little bit of trouble, a pirate or two. I knew I was signing up for that, but the stuff we've seen and done, who would have predicted any of that? I know there's crime out here in this space, but what happened back there on Tarsus, the saber and all that business, what the hell was that?
You know, I actually forgot about all that shit.
The volcano?
Oh my god.
I didn't sign up for being an action hero, brother. I thought we were gonna be, well, doing this right here for the first time I sat in this chair since I don't know how long. Just
It
sitting
sounds
and
like-
reading and reflecting, you know.
Sounds like you want to be a space truck driver, right? Like,
Well, I'm not
That's
saying
not really
that
what you
necessarily, and I don't know if I want that forever. But I thought, yeah, it's kind of what I was expecting. Time
So
to
this-
reflect and you know, see where things go, see the sights, look but not get assaulted by in my fucking bunk, you know.
I mean,
Not be
that-
rolling around through these goddamn racks looking for space aliens and orbs and shit. You think what we've seen so far is just another day as a traveler?
I mean, I really have no other frame of reference.
Well, obviously I didn't either, but I thought I might have. I guess I was just an idiot.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe we were just a little naive, and this is what it is. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I'm
look
not,
at
you know.
Ace, the captain of the last ship, the Taurus Rex. Look at Ace.
Yeah, he was a crazy fuck, wasn't he?
He's alive. He's doing what he
Is
wants
he?
to do. Not for long, I presume, according to what I think he's about to do. But, you know, look at all the people we've met so far that have actually, they're not out here like crying about the things that might happen to them, right? Like, and we've met people where we may not have known where they are in life, as far as like, they've all felt really like, and my point is, you might have to be a crazy motherfucker out here. Everyone
Well-
we've met has had some sort of unhingedment.
Well, I
We're
will
not
say
far from
this,
it.
and much more of this, and that's not going to be a problem. I'm going to have that on my resume, too.
I mean, this is the idea though, is like the mere decision to come out here kind of makes us insane, doesn't it?
Uh-oh.
We're
I think
on
we
that level.
may have lost Psycho.
Oh no.
Oh, you're right.
I don't have a... That's going to break things. I don't have an
Oh.
easy fix for that right now in the thing either.
You can still see our faces.
Yeah, you still can see them. They're just in the wrong spot. Well, that's unfortunate. What happens when we do this? It's going to be even worse. Down here. No easy fix for that because I don't have a 4-up. I don't think right now.
Well, I'm actually mine looks normal.
No, well, not completely. It's just it's like
zoomed in.
Yeah. I did have a 4-up, but I got rid of the 4-up because I had to change a bunch of stuff. 4-up meaning like 4 of us up on screen. Right, or lean to the left.
I'm gonna be Solomon.
I have a 6-up. Oh, okay. Well, we're back. We just gotta switch them around because everybody's in a weird position now.
I am now Steruya.
Apparently, let me see if I can get those top. Whoop, whoop. There you go.
Look at all of my hats.
And we're back. Okay, good. We didn't have to break.
They're all different colors and they weigh 1,000 pounds.
My computer decided it needed to restart. I don't know why.
You got the Windows 11 update.
It just
forced it on you.
shut down and restarted. I have no idea what happened.
Your system is out of date.
Well, anyway, we were in the middle of a scene with Dixon and Roman. I'm sorry to have interrupted that. Just like made things go crazy. So.
Oh my god, we were.
Look, I ain't. You ain't heard any crying out of me. I'll tell you.
Oh, I didn't mean it like
I'm no stranger to hard work, but
I don't mean insult.
it's just been a lot. It's just been a lot, you know.
It is a lot. I think
We've had some hard days on board these damn ships.
it's been rough. It's been non-stop since we started it. Like,
But we, you know, I will say our bank account's better off for it, but just something feels off. It wouldn't. I just didn't picture it being like this.
it is more money than I've ever seen in my life. We do owe more money than I've ever owed in my life, to be fair.
You know, look.
I guess that's the trade-off.
Back on Tarkeen, they got that one of them planet-wide lotteries.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen enough people win that, and you might think they'd be set for life, but man, the next 6 months after that happens,
Oh wow.
they get that kind of craziness you're talking about here.
You seen this happen?
Sure, yeah. Shit just
Personally?
Yeah, I mean, I get out. I was up and down every street in that city. You know, you just hear, you know, maybe you hear some stories or whatever. But I saw a lot of people. You know, I saw people doing well, mostly doing pretty shitty. But when things stop making sense, it's not all cupcakes and rainbows, I'll say.
Well, what's better? Let me ask. Being down there in the shit, up to your knees in it, not making any sense of it, or being out here among the stars in the shit, without being able to make any sense of it?
I guess that's the question I'm wrestling with right now. You know, down there in the shit, it had a certain kind of sense.
I guess there was an end to it at some point, right?
You couldn't see necessarily far ahead or where you were going, or real optimistic about where you might end up. But at least you kind of knew where you were walking. Here it's just every day is something new. Something I never heard of, never seen before, never felt before. So I don't know. I guess that's what's keeping me up.
I guess high risk, high reward, right?
Yeah, you know, I mean, yes, I knew there'd be some of that, maybe, or at least some kind of opportunities, but I didn't think about no orb. I didn't think about jumping no 25 parsecs or some shit.
Yeah, I honestly didn't expect that.
Some bird ship run by lizard people, run by some kind of goddamn pirate ass Aslan. I just didn't see that coming. I don't know.
It was a little unexpected.
I just wasn't ready for that.
You did pretty well in their Olympics, though.
Weaving in and out of volcanoes.
You bring up this volcano. Do you still think about it that much?
Yeah, man. Maybe you ought to. Maybe you ought to think about it a little more, man. You know, we almost died there. We saw people fucking.
Yeah, we also discovered
melted down.
an entirely new form of life. We
Yeah, that's something, I
We-
guess.
we met-
And it almost goddamn killed us, by the way.
We met a cactus that could talk to us in a psychic body. We've seen holographic pigeons, and we've experienced each other's memories. Like,
Yeah.
at this point, it's almost like we just got a crash course in the universe. I feel like
That's
right?
what I'm worried about. Not
I
a
mean,
single one of those things was anything I'd ever even heard of.
How much
before we
crazier can
left.
it get, though? Right?
That's where you're coming with?
I mean, at
That's
this
what you
point,
got for me?
what else is there?
How
though?
much
Like,
worse can it get?
I've been in some. You heard me talking about where I'm from earlier. My homeworld is garbage planet. You know, and that's not why I wanted to leave. I never wanted to leave because it was shit. I wanted to
Well,
leave
moved
because I
everybody's
had to
things.
leave to be able to see the things I wanted to see and experience what I wanted to experience and grow as a person and my skills and abilities and like, you know, there's only so much you can grow. Think about the koi fish, right? Like, if you've ever read about those, they get as big as they can in the environment they're in. So, how big can we get, I guess, is the question. I was wasting away before this. Before you all got a hold of me, I was not doing well, friend, to say the least. I don't know how far I would have made it in the little pond I was drowning myself in.
Well,
But out here, the choices, the options seem limitless. And so for some, that might be scary, but for me, for the first time almost, it seems like liberating, right?
yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, maybe we're just seeing two sides of the coin different. That's all.
Well,
There's liberation, and I'm out here for a bit of that, but it was meant to be a little bit of control, you know, control over my life, control over my destiny, making choices, you know, choosing who to deal with and who to help and who to fight or whatever it was going to be. But what we've seen, that ain't it. That's not what I expected. A man needs a
control
little
might
bit.
be an illusion.
Man needs a little bit of structure in his life, you know.
I can understand that, actually.
When you see something new, you gotta have some way to make sense of it, you know. If not, it just sits with you, it stirs.
Oh,
And I feel like that's everything we've done seen this far. Nothing we've experienced since we started this whole thing has
Grand
made any
stretch.
goddamn sense.
well, we're alive, though. I'll
We're
always say
alive,
that.
and you know, we're all still able to function, and we'll just keep on moving forward, I guess.
How much weirder can it get, right?
I mean, it might comfort you. That's no comfort to me, I guess. Now we're heading into
Man.
war. You know, we're heading into skirmish town and pirates and a whole nother mess of trouble. I got a feeling.
Well,
We got these people who are, thanks to Wells, maybe are a little bit not so bitter about it yet, but they're a far long way from where they thought they was going to be.
I forgot
got
about
these-
them.
Well, you know, you do a lot of forgetting, and maybe that's a good thing in these cases. But we got these people down in sleep. We're responsible for all these people, you know, some level. I mean, this jumps happen or whatever, and obviously it was somebody else's fault, and we're going. If we weren't so damn far away, we ought to maybe do something about that. But that's it, you know. I just don't know what to do. It's like I got all this stuff, all these new experiences, and just nothing to.
A lot of loose ends.
A lot of loose ends, and they just keep getting looser.
I
Slap
think
me in the
that's
mug.
that I think is the nature of things, though.
Well, I hear you saying, but like I said, it's no comfort for me.
Well, might as well start learning how to make it that, if that is the case, right?
I guess we'll see.
I'll hand him my flask and I'll say, "It's just
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna go down and work out or something.
Yes. Put your training to use, friend. We need all the
Yeah,
help
something
we can
like
get
that.
out here.
God damn. I guess I'll be preparing for goddamn pirates if you need anything.
I'm here to fix you up.
Let's just hope they're like, regular ass pirates.
What?
And they're not
As
insects.
opposed to
insect psychic, saber ass motherfuckers.
we never even see it coming in the end.
You guys have a drink and return to your studying. I need to make a roll. If there's anybody else that wants to have any personal scenes and stuff with anybody else in a period during this week, let me know and we will move through those. I need to add the boon on this, thanks to I had to manually add it because for some reason the one I had on there wasn't working for me. So, but it's easy to add. Strange as that is, I don't know why it wouldn't work before though. It is weird. But anyway, it's there now and it's working. So I don't know if you saw, but all of us have a floating boon now. J5 got one for Sterulia and Roman. I think it was just J5 for all of them at the moment, was it? But yeah, so Roman, Sterulia, Ryder, Dixon, and even the GM has a boon.
What does that mean exactly?
You can do that?
What does that mean?
That's a loophole if I've ever heard one.
That's pretty fucked up, J5, trying to get us
You're
killed.
playing both sides.
If you
can't play
roll
both
insect
sides.
pirates, you can use it to re-roll. Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's and then he gets psionic dinosaurs.
Sonic dinosaurs. Ha ha! Finally.
Oh, he added that one to the list. He liked it. It's like psionic pterosaurs.
He's got Velociraptor.
They can open space docks.
Raptors can open doors.
They can open airlocks.
No, the floating boons on the GM will just be used
Get risky.
for NPC crew and stuff like that they've hired for
Right,
stuff.
yes,
So
get risky.
Traveler's hard enough without having to deal with with the DM getting boons on everything.
Boons.
Yeah. Velociraptor, nice.
Good.
That's the best rap name. All right. So, does anybody else want to have any scenes, any personal scenes this week? Just if you do, I'm gonna shuffle. I'm still gonna roll this and see if there's any event stuff, and then we can do the scene after that. But I just want to know if there's anybody I need to set up for the next scene.
I can chat with Sterulia.
Ooh, hell yeah.
All right. So we'll get to that in a moment, but let me make a roll and not
Oh,
role
you
play
just
through
been
this
denied.
stuff. So I said,
you
as I
have
said,
to
I'm
talk to her.
as I said, I'm doing shuffling. I'm shuffling it.
Uh-oh,
So
you're too
so
slow.
the event and then
Yeah, you got
all right,
shuffled.
So okay. And then so it's week so
Every
roll
day I'm
2.
shuffling.
Okay. Some time passes by on the ship before during the week. It's a pretty uneventful period of time, and then juxtaposed against the absolute madness as kind of being described by Dixon there that you've been living the past few weeks. This has been a period of, as I said, downtime. Ooh, that's a really loud sound. Downtime, reflection, kind of an interesting period for you guys on board the ship because of the fact that it has been so crazy while you've been on this ship. You had a little bit of that on that scout ship, but it was cramped and everything. This is the first time on this ship that you've really been able to sit back while cruising in jump space. Nothing crazy is going on board the ship. Everything seems to be operating nominally. The ship is just purring along. And you have this opportunity to kind of familiarize yourself with the ship, get comfortable. And you do begin to start feeling some of those things. Oh, hey, I'm used to using this bathroom now. I remember, where the thing I could find my way around in my stateroom in the dark, that kind of a thing, where it's like you don't notice it immediately, but it is things like, oh, hey, I'm maybe not emotionally comfortable because you had so many terrifying experiences so far, but at the very least you're becoming more and more familiar with the ship. Here on what will be, after it stops being laggy, because it's so laggy on the calendar. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I've started decorating my room with like
Oh yeah,
medical posters, things like that I've kind of like accumulated over the years. I've got all my books out or like hollow books, I guess. I don't know what you want to call them.
okay.
And I also have a big old map of like known space that it's kind of like our journey so far charted.
Oh, that's cool. So you're kind of just like a big
I'm plotting it.
star chart on the
Star
the
chart. I wasn't gonna say it.
I was gonna say it too. Opportunity.
Somebody had to. Okay, so that's cool. Let's
My
put
room's a
you
little
in
bit
your.
more lived in. I've gone
put you
over
in your
the
rooms.
carving of my name in my bunk a couple more times to make sure it's there, like in there. And I've definitely got like my stuff is kind of like around, it's like I can walk around and pick up like a notebook or a notepad or whatever. Stuff's everywhere.
That's cool. Yeah, and you started to become the space that you're in, like the crew commons, starts to become a lived-in space. You've had to you've had to run around and clean it, right? It's like house cleaning. You've literally had to like basically do like vacuuming and dusting and wiping down surfaces and stuff. And you take turns between all of you doing some of that, and it's a shared activity. And Solomon helps as well, even though he sleeps upstairs and stuff, but he usually does a lot of the eating and stuff down here in crew commons with you guys. So he still helps keep crew commons cleaned up and stuff, stacking the coffee cups and stuff by the coffee machine neatly in the mornings and stuff before he heads over and relieves like Ryder and stuff on those shifts. Usually Solomon prepares a cup of coffee, and when he goes to relieve the person on shift, he will occasionally come in a few hours before their shift has ended and ask them if they'd like a cup of coffee, and bring them a cup of coffee while they're piloting, and then come back a couple hours later and do the normal relieving of the shift. Usually awake an hour or two before he's ready to take the shift for piloting. And this kind of continues on. There's sort of a general air of, well, I know it gets boring. So when he runs up and kind of gives somebody coffee, or maybe like brings them like an interesting article that he found or something when he was browsing the ship's database, just that nothing like pertinent to your story stuff, right? But it's just like, holy shit, look at this whale, it's got 3 heads, that kind of a thing. But in general, stuff that you were like, what? Like clickbait articles more than anything, right? Where you're just kind of scrolling through them and being bored while sitting on the bridge. It is a monumentous amount of downtime and a tremendous juxtaposition from your previous experiences. But in the middle of all of that silence,
more as well.
Oh, that's cool. In the middle of all that silence, though, I'll just roll D4 here for that.
Uh-oh, here comes those silver starfish sunsuckers.
No, so I'm rolling D4 because we have basically 4 shifts on the bridge, so I'm just determining whose
shift the sunsuckers show up on.
Yeah, exactly.
Who
gets sucked by the sun?
Yeah.
No, the sunsuckers.
Yeah.
No, the sun's gonna
Who
suck
gets to
us.
suck the sun?
No, the sun's not doing the sucking.
Well, we're gonna suck the sun.
All
What?
right.
You know how much that would burn?
Probably a lot, depending on if you're those things or
The
not.
roof of your mouth.
Dead.
Solomon. So in the middle of the week, at a certain point, Solomon cuts on to the crew deck intercom. I guess he would just do it to everybody on crew deck, but he probably wouldn't do it in quarters. He would probably just do it to crew commons first. So I'm assuming somebody's probably awake. And not everybody's asleep. So you can decide if you're awake or not during this time, but he's gonna get on the horn there. I'll move you here because you wouldn't be on the bridge with him.
7:30 a.m. Yeah, I'd still be asleep.
Yeah, so just put yourself in your
Wait,
quarters.
no, 7:30. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, don't worry about the time that's on the calendar just yet, because we haven't actually. That's the time.
You're abusing it now,
You
Matt.
just told me to use the calendar.
Yeah, but you're abusing it.
The calendar is
I'm
there.
abusing the calendar.
Yeah. The calendar is set. If
You're
you look on the
abusing
date,
time.
the calendar is set for when you should be coming out of jump space. Currently, so it's like on the
Okay.
projected jump space exit date right now. But anyway,
Well, okay. It's after 5 a.m. I'm awake.
okay.
Hang out with Mishka.
Y'all down there in the crew commons, we got a message from one of the passengers. Deck up. Looks like one of them's dead up there.
Oh,
Of course, a passenger's fucking dead.
It looks like it's that lady that moved well, staying diagonal from me. Where I was up there. She's been quiet recently. I talked to her a few times
she's
since I've been
dead.
staying up there, but yeah, well, John up there, he done reported that she didn't come to none of the meals or nothing. They kept ringing on her door thing, and it was unlocked, so they went ahead and opened it. She's laying dead on the bed, so y'all might want to head up there.
On it.
sounds like a job for Dixon.
All right. Yeah. Okay, Stary. You yell if you need anything.
Well,
Yeah, go clean up, Dixon. Go get your mop.
how about you follow me up there?
Yeah. All right. I'll meet you near the elevators and head on up.
All right.
I'm going too.
All right.
I've never seen a body before.
What? Yeah.
Everybody but the
What's that body
doctor.
look like?
I was just about to say everyone but the fucking doctor.
I mean, you can go too if you
Suction
want to.
the
It doesn't
land.
matter.
I didn't hear
We're
it.
in space right
I'm
now.
assuming, yeah.
All right.
I was in the common area, so I just followed them.
We don't hear what you're saying.
We didn't hear you.
Society.
How long has that been going on?
Just now.
Just for that
Okay.
time when you, yeah,
That's weird.
when you're doing hand things.
Yeah, we don't hear any of that.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Guys, I've
All
never
right.
seen a dead body. What
So
should we
yeah,
do?
you three come up from upstairs, above deck, I should say. Inside the passenger commons here, there are a number of people out. None of them are doing anything weird or anything. They're just kind of standing there, like looking a little shocked and concerned, but nothing like awful, right? They're not like freaking out. They're just kind of like looking and like looky-looing, if you know what I mean, like rubbernecking for the most part. But the gentleman who used to stay basically across the hall from where Solomon is staying now, from where Wells used to be, who no longer is staying in that quarters, but is instead staying in the one just south of where Wells used to be because he's hooked up with that lady. So they're straight across from the quarters in question, the stateroom in question.
Was it murder?
Hey y'all,
You're not there, shut up.
hey y'all, sorry.
You could have been there if you wanted to. You're not.
We're here to check things out. Why don't we give a little bit of privacy if you guys don't mind. If anybody has anything to report, any facts as it were, then please come on over. But otherwise, you might want to just go to your rooms or hang out there.
You'll see John turn around and it's a quiet conversation with the other passenger, and she moves into the quarters and closes the door. The other people just kind of go back into their quarters, and John comes up to you and says, yeah, well, she wasn't responding. We noticed it was unlocked, and we were kind of yelling at it there, and when she didn't respond at that point, we thought maybe we should just go ahead and open the door since it wasn't unlocked, and we did. And well, we only opened it about a foot or so. Well, I should say probably like a third of a meter or so. And then we saw her laying there, and she wasn't moving. Didn't look like she was breathing. So I opened the rest of the way and took a few steps in. Looked at her there. She's you can see she's got something there on her face. I'm not sure exactly what. That's all I know. That's how we found her. If you want to ask me anything, you know where I'll be. And he just kind of turns around and walks back into the quarters he's been staying in.
This is not the. This is the female he was with, or no?
No, he's still with her. They're across the thing from her, basically.
Sure. All right. Well, I will go in and investigate.
So that would be this one.
Carefully not to disturb the scene, obviously, but starting with the girl, and then afterwards, check in the rest of the room and everything.
Your training's kicking in now.
All right. Well, I'm gonna need an investigation int or investigation edu. Either one is applicable to this particular instance.
Careful, y'all. Till we know what happened, let's just make sure not to move anything. Sorry, investigation int, and then what?
Or edu, your choice, depending on whatever you want to do in this particular instance for her. All right. Oh, geez, +8 effect. Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
John did it.
So you look over the body, being careful not to touch anything too much, not to disturb the scene too much. She's laying on top of her bed. She's clothed, and what you can tell based off of the clothing that she's brought with her and stuff is her finest dress that she has.
God damn it.
The suitcase itself is actually open, but not like torn apart or anything. It's still mostly packed. Actually, it's still pretty neat. You can see there's a few things inside. There's a little bit of vomit down the side of her cheek, and it looks like there is a small syringe next to her as well on the bed.
I'll take note of its position. Take a picture if I can. The comm unit.
Sure, you can if you want. It's in her arm, like right here. Just kind of like half laying.
I'll do that, and then I will carefully remove it.
Okay. It has been emptied into her.
I can't tell any residue, and if I might be familiar with any sort of.
Not without kind of a lab test or something like that. You can't tell. I mean,
can't taste it.
I'll tell you what.
Shoot
You got
a little.
You got a +8 effect, which is exceptional. So
Beyond exceptional. Right?
with that much of an effect, I'll let you know that you have a confidence, especially because you rolled it up with an int roll. You have a confidence. You've seen syringes like this used before for a number of street drugs. You've also seen people use them a number of times, and based on the things that you've seen on Tarkine in the past and the particular syringe in use here, and it's not like a stopper like old school syringe. It's it's just a single button you hit, and it has like a little
Hyper spray.
kind of, but with an actual needle that comes out. But so it's like it's basically an AI controlled, like a very simple AI controlled, like a smart syringe, if you want to think of it like that. But you can look on it. You can't see what was in it. It doesn't have a readout of like what was in it or anything like that. But it does have a little readout, and you can see how much of what was in it. And because of how much was in it, you would think that it is intentional. There's basically no street drug that you could inject that much of into yourself that it wouldn't kill you.
I think a smart needle wouldn't allow that to happen.
It'll let you do as much as you want. You could be a horse for all it knows. It's on a tricorder. I don't know what you said. It cut out.
Sorry,
I think he said noted.
Smart. And as far as her like body position, everything that supports that as well.
She's
She
like
would have done it herself.
she's laying comfortably on the bed in what looks like her best clothes.
Yeah.
She's got a little purse next to her. It's empty when you check it. There's nothing in it at all, but it matches the outfit quite nicely, and it's slung over one shoulder. And she's laid back on her bed with her eyes closed. The covers are very slightly disturbed, likely from where she convulsed as she died.
But nothing like nothing out of place that doesn't support that.
That you could tell, no, not. I mean, you got a +8 effect, so as a player, you probably know you would see something if it was, but you don't see anything that looks disturbing. It looks like it's a suicide potentially. She was one of the people that you will note freaked out the most when you said that you were 25 parsecs away, and she said that she had somebody waiting for her back, a Flammarian. Or not Flammarian, but...
Looking around, anything else?
That's all
Any
time.
notes or anything left?
No, there's no notes. Not that you can
All
see, anyway. No, like, written paper notes of any kind that you see.
Right, but nothing left out in particular for us to notice.
PDA, comm device, something like that.
Well, let me ask you this
Suicide
question:
plants.
How much are you disturbing the scene while doing your investigation? You've already made your rolls, but
Not at all. I mean,
okay. Yeah,
not,
I mean,
not at this point until I sort of ascertain, until I get confident what the investigation is.
I'll say this: you do a. Well, you got a +8 effect. I'll say, like, you don't see any note or anything like that out on any of the tables. You look around all over the place to see if there's anything in her suitcase, any clues there. And you're like, nothing here. Nothing looks out of place. And then you notice there's a little blinking indicator on the primary terminal, the one that you're right next to right now. The little TV screen, basically. There's a little blinking indicator of a recorded message.
I'll play that shit.
Say, Cam, you might want to hear this, and I'll play it.
So the message has
Blaming you for everything.
the message has already been flagged to be sent at the next relay, which you may or may not have already passed when you ran to that other ship, but you begin to play the message. It's still logged in there for her, so you can just play it. It doesn't. It's just a guest terminal on your ship. So there's no roll.
It's a 1-star Yelp review.
Very,
There's no
very
there's no
urgent.
roll or anything. But it begins to play, and you see her there in her finest dress, in her makeup, with her purse slung over her shoulder. And she looks up at what would be the camera from the screen, kind of making eye contact with you through it. It says,
Creepy.
and says, well, she's looking right at the camera like this, right? Like she's talking. And she says, Thomas, I'm sorry. Our arrangement isn't gonna work out. I know we were supposed to live the last few months of our lives together here. You had this whole vacation planned, and like they said, I only have a few months left. They tell me there's been a misjump, and I don't know when this is gonna get to you. I don't know if you'll ever get this. But they say we're 25 parsecs away, and it'll probably take at least a year to get back to even where we were, or even close, and we both know I don't have that. I just want to say I'm sorry, and I want to say thank you. You arranged for something beautiful last months of my life, and I think that makes up for some of what happened before. A single tear goes down her cheek, and she just blows a kiss to the camera, kind of, and presses it, like her hand to it, and then just says thank you, but she mouths the words, she can't utter them. She can't get the breath out. And then it rolls for a couple more minutes, and we see her lay some things out on the bed, and she presses the button and it turns off. That's all it is.
Well, I don't know what that was about, but I guess we pretty much open and shut. You guys want to tell the customers here, put their minds at ease what we can.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, we should definitely let them know.
Maybe you want to do that, Styria. Put your touch on it.
Yes, I can inform them.
All right. Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah. All right, burn the body.
Yeah, I don't know, Captain. What do you think? You need to, leave her here. Bring her down to the cargo bay till we get out of jump.
I guess if she wanted anything specifically done, she might have said something in the video. So I guess we just
I think that's right.
dispose of her in the most humanely way possible.
Suggestion.
Throwing her into the nearest star.
Yep. Yeah, that sounds good. Just fling her out the side door.
Trying to do this.
I mean, we can't do that over and jump, but you know.
Oh, that sucks. Put her in a low berth.
Oh
too.
yeah, we gotta live with her for the rest of the week.
You think we have low berth tubes?
We do. Oh wait,
We have
we
one
got-
empty one.
We got one empty
We
one.
got at least
Is
one.
Is it
Yeah.
semi-function? Is it functional?
You put it
The-
back together at the end of the other stuff.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right.
Then
Yeah, I
we
fixed
got
it up. I'm not gonna just leave it there in pieces.
All right.
All right. Well, let's take the body down to the low berth.
Okay. What do you say to the passengers and stuff? And they're locked away in their quarters now. They're not in there, but
Well, if they're not in the common room and they're in their own quarters locked away, I'll let them know that they can get the body out now.
Okay. So there's no problem.
I'll
I mean,
speak to them later.
She's like 108 pounds, soaking wet. You pick her up in her.
Why is she wet?
She's wet. The plot.
That's a totally. Wait a second.
You pick her up in her fine dress and lay her and bring her down the elevator and put her in the empty low berth, and it does its cryo work and stuff. It doesn't really fully freeze people. It puts them normally in a state of suspended animation, but it does keep things cool in there. But you did have it as a compressor before to make liquid nitrogen, so I'll allow you to like have basically a temperature control and essentially like a morgue, keep the body cold in there for now. You don't have a morgue on your ship, which is a thing you can get, but you don't.
We're probably gonna need one at this rate.
We're gonna keep picking up passengers. We're gonna need a morgue.
So you bring her down. I guess you would see him bringing her down, Roman, at the very least.
Oh, what the hell happened?
Apparently she had a terminal illness, and she took her life here at the end.
It is unfortunate.
It is. I guess at least she went away a little more peacefully than, if not, I assume. Right.
Was on her own terms, I guess. Wow, that's unfortunate.
Yes.
She assuredly
This is
would have
the
made it to
lady-
her destination.
This
before.
was that lady that was going to meet someone, if you remember.
No, I don't, but
Okay. Yeah, she was gonna meet a man to kind of spend the end of their lives together.
oh fuck.
But she wasn't upset. She didn't blame anybody.
That's good.
It was a miss
No
jump.
bad reviews.
No review.
She didn't write any reviews.
Checked her
Yeah.
logs.
That was the first
That's
thing we
good.
did. We checked all of her outgoing review logs.
That is unfortunate. We're
Yeah.
going to make sure her message gets to this person, right?
Oh yeah, do we know? Is like it's just set to go out. So yeah, when we get to a
Yeah.
relay, it should.
When
it
you
should go
connect
out.
to an appropriate relay, it should eventually get there theoretically, but at the distance you're at, and depending on how rural the area is, when you do make that contact, it could take anywhere from like, I mean, it could take like as long as like a year or more
An actual jump
to
time.
get there. Yeah, for the message to get there.
Well, I guess yes, taking her to the extra low berth is the best call for now, since we have another week jump. We don't want the body down there getting ripe.
Yes, we'll send her off into a star.
Can I,
when we
Would
stop.
it be possible to check her
Or-
medical records?
We don't have her medical records. You could roll medicine stuff and like do an autopsy if you want to cut her up and stuff, but
I don't know about cutting her open.
you could examine the body a little bit without cutting her up. I mean, basically you don't have like a perfect scanner to run her through, right, to
Yeah.
get all the magic data.
Let
So
me
you do
get
have
a
to do like an
visual-
autopsy if you want to.
Yeah, let me do a visual
Okay.
autopsy kind of thing. Looking at the fingernails, the skin, the eye coloration, the gums, things like that.
I mean, I
to
think it
make
would just
sure.
be in this instance, probably a medic EDU or a medic int.
Okay. Oh, gross. Wow. What the fuck?
Oh.
How did that happen?
She has a you decapitate her. She
Oh no, not again!
as far as you could tell, it has the indicators of an overdose. Whether it's intentional or not, it's hard to say, and whether what substance it is or not, it's basically impossible to know. It could be any number of a bunch of different synthetic painkillers. If she did have a terminal disease, as they said, it's not unlikely that she would have a fair supply of those.
I was looking more for the indications of the disease.
Yeah, you don't. Like I said, that's all you get. That's what I told you. You didn't find anything.
Okay.
You got -2 effects. You didn't find anything about the disease.
All right.
By hard doctor.
Without cutting her open, I can't tell much more than this. I don't know anything about what she had or.
I mean, I went over. It looked like a clean. You know, it looked like what it appears to be. So I'm not too concerned.
I would hope she
Say
wouldn't
we'd let-
endanger anyone else.
Leave her in her peace. You know.
Take her away. I'll drink from my flask.
All right, you guys carry her and put her in the low berth. It closes, and then you see through the little bit of window it fog up a bit. And yeah, she's in there now, kept on cold storage.
Sterulia will basically tell the other passengers the same explanation that Ryder just gave to Roman.
And how do you word that exactly?
Pretty much the same truthful way. Like, you know, she was terminally ill, was supposed to meet up. The whole story.
Okay. She's telling the whole story. They're definitely saddened by the story, and there's this kind of like somber nods and stuff from them. A few of them mention how she's been pretty quiet the whole time, though she was genuinely pretty pleasant, especially during meal times and stuff like that when they did sit around. But they were all kind of shocked to hear that she did that. Yeah, I mean, she could let you pet her. She doesn't mind.
Cleanse the palate a little
She's
bit.
gotten used to you guys being around.
Good dog.
All right, well, a few more hours go by, and the evening passes into, or the morning passes into evening, and then to night, and then once again to morning as the week continues on. You said that you wanted to have a personal scene with between Dixon and Sterulia.
I should have used my boon.
Be like, no.
Oh,
I forgot I got
shit.
one. Fuck
Yeah.
me.
It is hard to remember. But yeah, you said you wanted to have a scene between Dixon and Sterulia?
Yep.
Use your boon.
Use your boon to have
Was
this
a
conversation. Where at
gonna
would
tell
you
me what I
be
wanna
here
know.
in the middle of the day? I'm gonna roll to see what shift it is to see whose.
I would seek
So it's
her
also
out.
Solomon because he's 2 out of 4 of these. He's basically coming up every time. So Solomon again is the guy that's on bridge, so you can be anywhere.
Yeah, I would seek her out probably wherever she would be, engine room maybe.
Okay.
Or down to where
This
she's
particular
waiting.
instance, when you find her, she's in the upper cargo area, sweeping up, keeping the place clean.
Hey there, Ruya. Looking good up here.
I like to run a clean ship.
Yeah, we noticed. We appreciate that. Yeah, I just want to touch base with you. How you doing with everything? Your trip so far, everything.
Oh, this has been pleasant. Well, for the most part.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been, like I said, I've been struggling a little bit. It's been a bit of a wild ride for me. Maybe not quite what I expected. Anyway, I just wanted to chat with you and see. How's our business prospects looking here coming up?
Well, Ace is a rich world. Plenty of wealthy people on it. So I was thinking maybe I could sell the spear.
Yeah, sounds good.
Maybe
good.
turn a profit.
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
So we could either use that opportunity to take it easy or make more money.
You know, I can't help but think maybe I'm not. I just don't know about this whole traveling thing, and frankly, I've been mulling over some words that the exchange with the doc here a few days back. I just want to help. I just want to help you however we can. Get this thing done. Let's. We need to get in and make our money. I've been thinking maybe I could help with that, given how I know, certain things about these low lives and whatever. Maybe something like that might come in handy if we can track down, maybe some less
Than legal?
Yeah, something like that. I'm just thinking.
I've had limited experience in those types of deals.
I just feel like we ain't gonna. It's been a few weeks. We ain't gonna survive. We ain't gonna survive out here for years. We need to make some cash. Stay ahead of debt collectors and whatnot.
We owe 80 million, so
Right. Yeah. Right. So yeah, maybe when we get to the, sounds like there's a lot of activity here, a lot of pirates, a lot of turnover, a lot of coming and going. Worlds that might need some help, and worlds might be, distracted and might not notice, us picking up a few extra goods to move around.
well, let's see. We don't quite have the bankroll for cybernetics, and even some of the hardcore.
You see a little bit of shock across, he's kind of like realizing what we're talking about here.
Some of the harder drugs of the illegal variety still might be out of our price range, so maybe just the luxuries.
Okay, I like the sound of that, I like the sound of that. Well, anyway, think it over and
certain debauched kind of activities involve some illegal goods that we could trade in. And those rich people love to buy that up.
I'm not gonna ask you any more questions on that, but we'll have to when we get to where we're going, yeah, let's touch base again, and I can do some asking around and maybe see what we can come up with.
Sure, I will include that in my calculations.
Amazing. All right. All right then. I'm gonna go work out. Yell if you need anything.
Okay.
I love that so much, dude. I love that so much. Dixon's like, you want to do some crime? We're not gonna make it.
Yeah, and then Steroid is like, yep, sure.
I know. So he's like, oh, we can do this. I've never really thought about it. We can do all these things. Dixon's like, oh shit, okay.
Oh no. Wait, slow down.
We'll see what actually happens, but
it's
different.
So much.
It's one thing to talk about it. It's another thing to walk up that alley and start asking questions, but we'll see what happens.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean you're doing it, but it is certainly a...
Well, it might depend on what it is exactly that we're moving.
Right. Okay. I gotta make another roll, but does anybody else want to have any scenes with anybody else? Or it can be the same people. If Dixon wants to have another scene with somebody else, or if Roman... Sure. Does anybody else want to have any particular scenes with anybody? Otherwise, I'm going to make this roll. Nope. All right. Roll it here. 65. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. So, bit of time goes by aboard ship. Again, a lazy week here in Jump Space. The unfortunate events of this lady passing away, kind of occupying your thoughts, but it's compared to the kind of stuff you've had to deal with recently. It's like it's a strange feeling of like, oh, like almost a relief. Like, oh, it was just that. It was just. I mean, it's awful, but it's something normal. And it feels weird to think that. Like, it feels weird to be relieved that it was a lady that committed suicide because she was in a horrible position. But that is a relief compared to some of the madness that you've had to deal with recently and some of the madness that might lie before you. And so because of that, there's this sort of reveling in like, oh, thank God it's just a lady that was, in a bad situation and we're just stuck in Jump Space. And you catch yourself thinking that thought and be like, wow, that's weird, every now and then. But the week goes on and it's exciting to kind of sit back and dive into some of the materials that you're diving into, but there's also this feeling of you find yourself kind of fidgeting and looking around being like, wow, I'm kind of like waiting for action now. Like I'm becoming more used to the conditions of life that we've been living, and now that it is a quiet place, the thing that I've been asking for is like, if it's starting to feel weird, like, and you find yourself having to question like the situation you're in, how much what does it mean to be you, what do you really want, like all these things. It's a fascinating few days of reflection, and you can kind of all decide for yourselves where you are as a character. But those are the kind of dilemmas that come up as the week pushes on. But rolling that D4 again, come on, be somebody that's not Solomon. It's Solomon. All right. He's got a 2 out of 4, so chance, I guess.
My man.
That's why we hired him.
So once again, he pops this out onto Crew Commons. This is a few days later. You've only got at this point a day, about a day and a half, before you would come out of Jump. But specifically, he calls out to Crew Commons on the intercom.
Captain Ryder, you back here?
Yep. What's up?
Got a couple of passengers upstairs that, well...
Dead.
More dead people?
No, dead this time. They says they want the captain to have them married.
Oh. Okay.
Now I don't know if you go in for that sort of thing or nothing, but they were very persistent that I ask you, so if you're wanting to, that new couple up there is looking to get hitched, so go ahead and head yourself on up if you're looking to it, I guess. We got about a day and a half until we should exit and Jump, just letting you know.
Alright. Thanks. I'll go into the computer and print out a certificate to become a minister and marry people.
And you don't have to do it. You're a ship captain. You're a ship captain.
You're basically a king aboard this vessel.
I'm going. I'm going.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell people though. Did Stayrulia hear that?
I think it was just you in there. You and the dog.
You gotta get Stayru. You get a cheese plate going. We can get a Yelp review out of this. After all.
Yeah, I'm gonna go tell everybody on the crew that there's a wedding
All right. Well, okay, I have to hear.
Whee!
I'm gonna make you roleplay that. I gotta know how that goes down.
Oh, fuck,
how
alright.
do you deliver that? So yeah, you show up. Roman, where are you at? We'll just handle them one at a
Where's
time.
everybody?
Probably in my med bay.
Okay, so let's put you in the med bay.
Mishko, we're gonna go marry. We're gonna go marry some people.
Mishka
The two
very,
bastards that
very
were hooking up are
excitedly
getting
follows
married
you
now?
along.
That's what's happening.
Well, you'll see what Ryder tells you, I guess.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Ryder opens the door to the med bay, and yeah, Roman's in there working on something. I don't know what you're working on. Describe what you're doing, Roman.
Oh, there's porn on the screen. No, it's just.
Oh, Roman. Oh, sorry. I
Oh,
didn't mean to
Jesus
interrupt
Christ!
you.
No. It's there's a couple different things up, I guess. There's so as you can see now, the med bay space, the beds are really nice and kept up and everything, but the space, my workstation, and everything is like, it looks like my room in the sense that there's just like things like kind of cluttering it up in a way. But if you watch me operate in the space, it's clearly organized in some way. You just can't figure it out. So like it's basically like stuff set up for like where I'll be standing when I need it, kind of a thing. But you see that, and you see a couple different screens with some different stuff on it. You see one that's like a bunch of different like thumbnails of like some weird show, and then you might recognize it as that one show. And then I forget the name of it, but then on the other
So
one, just kind of
reliving
like
your glory days of
the
the
other one's
pole
kind of just like
competition.
no, definitely not that one. Not that show. No. The like 200-year-old show that we found archives of.
Okay.
And then kind of like Wikipedia pages on another monitor. Oh, Ryder.
Okay.
What's up, man?
Roman. Well, bit interesting, but it seems like that couple upstairs, or wait, downstairs, one upstairs, wants
Above deck,
to get married.
Oh no shit. Like here?
Yeah, they want me to marry them.
Oh,
Another
that's
first.
pretty wild, actually. We're gonna have a wedding on this ship?
We're gonna have a wedding.
Really?
That's yeah.
I've
I
only
guess we
seen
need
one
to-
wedding on a station. Not on a ship. That's really cool.
I'm
It's
pretty
kind of
excited.
interesting. You can give weddings? Have you officiated before?
Nope.
But
But
that's like
yeah,
something
I
that
can do it.
all captains can do it, right? Like all captains have that like authority, right?
Yeah.
Out here in
Yeah.
international space.
Yep. Because we're out in the
Sperry time
maritime
laws.
law. It's, yeah. Exactly.
That's really interesting. When do they want to do that?
I guess as soon as possible. They didn't. Solomon didn't really say.
Oh
He
shit.
just said they wanted to get it done. We got
Oh hell
about
yeah.
a day and a half.
You got the
before
feeling
we
it was
get out
more
and
like
jump.
a Vegas, we're eloping, we're in love kind of thing. You know, it's been a hot, passionate love affair that happened over the last 4 weeks, kind of.
Yeah.
Well shit. Any excuse
the middle
to
of all
get
the
really,
danger and
really
stuff.
drunk. I'm game. Let's do it. I've got the perfect game.
Oh,
for
it's
us to
an
play.
alcohol-free wedding.
What?
It's a dry wedding. You can't. There's no
I'll have my own
drinking.
wedding. I have my own wedding up here. Or down here.
You just have like a bouquet and you're just spinning around by yourself, drinking.
Best drinking game for us to play later. Really make us a family. Let's do it.
All
Let's
right,
have
so
a
yeah,
wedding.
get your Sunday best on.
Guess I
Get
don't
ready
really have
for
nice
a
clothes.
He
wedding.
just looks down. Whatever he's wearing.
I'm
Is
ready.
this my best? What's Sunday? We don't have Sunday in this
Nope.
This-
It's not a day on the calendar.
this universe. All right, well, I'm gonna go.
I think you mean
tell
Sunday.
the rest of the crew. Yeah, Sunday.
Yeah, let everyone know. That's wild. I guess that's a bit of good news
So-
after all this bullshit.
Right? They're not dead. That's good.
Lunatic.
Not yet,
83%
anyway. All right,
of all
well,
marriages
see
end in
you,
divorce, but we won't think about that for now.
Yeah, it's
Marriage doesn't really
Yeah,
have
well,
like a
well.
legal status, and I mean it's space, right? Like, so like one planet has different laws than another planet. The Imperium does not give a fuck who's married to who, except for like encore worlds for basically tax reasons and stuff. But out here on the about here on the rim, it's more about tradition and about the ceremony of it than it is about any kind of legal status. But the tradition of spaceship captains marrying people and stuff goes back for thousands of years. So, and as we know, as players, even further back to the maritime era. But I don't think that's a thing that people know in the
Probably not.
time period of the characters.
Valerian's
Steruia.
Solomani, sorry.
Right, Steruia,
You want
they're
to
in
go
the
to
library.
a wedding?
And help run one.
A wedding?
Apparently,
I just want to cater a wedding.
that new couple upstairs wants me to marry them. Pretty cool, right?
Not very well thought out, but
She's Aslan. Marriage
Yeah,
means a
I
different
mean-
thing to her.
if that's what they want, then I guess that's up to you.
Yeah, if that's what they want, and I'll say some words that'll make them happy. Whatever that means to them, that means to them, right? So yeah, get ready. I'll make an announcement on the.
Is there anything
Intercom.
special I should cook?
Oh, that would be amazing. I mean, could ask the couple. I'll go ask the couple and give you a call, a comm.
We
I
don't
know
have
what
any
you would
live
say.
animals, so there's no blood spreading or hunting to do. So
True.
I don't
True.
know about you. There's,
Well, I
there's
guess what kind of options do we have?
limited, very limited.
Spaghetti.
Okay. Well, in that case, just make something. Your cooking is great. I'm sure that they'll enjoy it. They've been eating your cooking the whole time. So make whatever you feel would be proper, and
I will
I'll let
look
'em
into
know.
this.
That's awesome. That's a great idea. I'm gonna go tell Dixon, let him know, and then
All right,
I'll let you know when we're gonna actually do the thing.
Dixon, you are in the cargo bay. Is that where you're at?
I mean, I don't know if those two sequences were related.
No, it's like
Dixie.
it's more than a day later. So,
Oh,
where,
yeah,
where
you're
do you want?
probably
Where do you
right.
want to be? Where do you want to be?
You're still here? You still standing out here? Have you
Maybe-
slept?
The only thing I
What are
know
you
is
doing?
that you don't have to be on the bridge because Solomon rolled
Yeah.
his
I'll be,
shift. So,
I'll be I'll be just chilling in the break room there or common
Alright.
area. And
crew comments then.
All right, take us
Yeah.
to the break room.
I put you in the chair. Michigan's following you around, Ryder. Right now.
Michigan's getting coffee. All right. Dixon.
what's up, Captain?
Well, I got some good news.
Michigan lays
For
down right
once?
next to you.
Yeah,
Yeah, what's
it's
that?
kind of wild actually. That couple upstairs wants to get married, and they want me to marry them.
Oh,
gonna
that's
have a
good
wedding.
news. Yeah, maybe that dude will chill out a bit.
It's true.
He was a little tight before. I can see, Guess he worked it out.
Yeah.
He has been cooler
Yeah.
since they've been hooking up with her, though. To be fair,
Pretty happy for him.
Right.
Yeah.
he dropped the whole blackmailing thing, if you remember,
Yeah.
a few weeks
That's
ago.
right. Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah. I mean,
All right, let me know how I can help. What can I do?
well, we got Sterulia is gonna make some special food.
Good.
Um,
I'm sure you gave her some good details on what to make.
Yeah, I told her to make whatever she wants. And,
Oh, rack of ribs, raw. Traditional.
Jesus, Stewart.
Aslan wedding. Yeah, okay, I'm
Yep.
kidding.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, if you had like
so
a
keep your
us
eye on
prepare the
Mishka.
food or something like that, just throws a living cow on the table and slaughters it in front of the
Right.
bride.
All right. Well, yeah. So I'm gonna go talk to the couple, let them know I'm down, and tell them that we'll do this thing. I guess later tonight or something.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll
I
help
don't know
however
what
I
I'm
can.
gonna say, but figure
You'll-
something out.
Captain, you'll think something. You
All
always
right.
look the bright
Well,
side of things.
All right. Mishka stays laid down beside Dixon here, kind of looking a little bit tired, and kind of makes this like light whimpering sound as she covers up a huge portion of the floor. Her frame about 3 times the size of a normal dog, well, more like 4 really. She's basically a dire wolf. But
Discount.
yeah, sure. And you head off to the where do you go to access the comm to call up to the passengers, or do you go up to the passengers themselves?
I go up to them.
Okay.
I pat Mishka and then go down to this elevator, right?
Yep. All right.
And
Oh, I did
go
it to Roman.
upstairs.
I hit the button and it moved Roman instead.
Oh, no.
Oh, whoopsie daisy. Roman's like,
Roman's
"Ah,
freaking
what?"
out. How'd I get up here?
It's happening again.
Told you.
Pouring out
Tried to
that
tried to
particular
tell you.
bottle.
Yeah,
You're like,
fucking
oh, not this one. This one's too strong. All right, there you go.
Okay.
You come up the elevator. There's a few people here in the crew commons, but at the moment, well, one of them just died a few days ago. One of them was gone already.
Oh, okay.
Right from their quarters. I mean, right, that quarters is empty because he's moved in with her just south of Solomon's quarters. And Solomon is on the bridge, so he's not up here. So besides them two, there's 2 other people up here. So there's only 4 people up here, right? There's only 4 people that stay up here now at all, besides Solomon, who makes a 5th. So, but they are currently not in the comments. But you see the other 2 are in there, and they're both sitting on the couch at the far end, the blue like kind of love seat. Well, one of them is on that. One of them is on the other chair, watching the screen. On the screen, you can see they're watching the same like news report that you guys watched earlier down below. And seeing you come up the elevator, they both kind of turn and look at you and don't mind too much. They give a wave for a moment. They go back to looking at the news report and let the anchor finish and pause it kind of before he moves on to the next story, which was moving into some of the minutia about trade and stuff like that. But you as you approach the area for the people, which is you're right next to right now, basically this would be the door, right? That would be the door to go to.
Okay.
The guy on the couch turns to you and says, "Hey, Captain, where exactly are we planning on stopping next down here?"
We are headed to Lascivious.
Sidious? That's not
The
too
next
far
stop.
from Aces, right? If I'm remembering correct.
I think you're right. Yep. A jump or 2. Yep.
Okay, thanks. And he unpauses the news and continues. going back and watching.
Did you want to go to Aces?
Well, I was just watching the report here. They just talked about Aces winning these battles against here. I thought maybe if they're doing all right, it might be a decent place down here, maybe a bit safer. And they got luxury liners and stuff. I don't know. Just a thought. He doesn't pause it. He keeps watching it. He just keeps watching it.
Well, we are, I believe we are going to stop there as well in Aces to refuel. So let me know if you want to get off or anything.
Well, I'd definitely like to do some shopping, if nothing else. I'll let you know when
Absolutely.
I get there, I guess. Thanks, Captain.
Of course.
If he wants to
No
get
problem.
off there, we'll be happy to waive the normal change fee and everything. just
The
this
normal
once.
80 million credit change fee.
just this once. Might as well do
But
something
they
like
go back to watching the news. The other one never really responded, just kind of looked and nodded a little bit. And
Enjoy the rest of your date. Talk to the lovely
you
couple
too,
here.
Captain. And he rolls his eyes when you say that. There's a visible rolling of eyes. He's like, you might want to knock first.
that.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. Or maybe I don't want to knock. Okay, I knock.
There's like basically a ringer, but like he's saying don't open the door first. But as you approach the door and kind of pay attention, you can hear them in the inside. They're definitely doing stuff. They are in a romantic situation, for sure. And then kind of as you ring the bell or knock on the door, it stops and you hear from the inside, just one moment. And then a couple minutes later, about a minute later or so, not very long,
You all
the
need
door
some help in there? Need
the
a
door
hand?
the door
they
opens
haven't
up.
paid the fornication fee for tax
The fornication
stamps for
fee.
the ship, so that's gonna be
Yeah.
a problem.
The door opens up, and you can see them. They're both dressed and stuff. It's nothing too lewd of a scene or anything.
You mind if I step in?
Yeah, sure, Captain. I assume this is about our request.
It is. I hear
She runs up and
that,
holds his
y'all-
arm and stuff. They seem pretty excited, like smiling
You all
at you,
wanna
kind of bouncing on
tie
the
the
balls of their
knot?
feet. Yeah, it's just,
Definitely.
after all of this, and this is her talking, after all that we've been through here on the ship and all that we saw and almost lost our lives, we thought, maybe this is a chance to start a new life. And I've got to be honest, things weren't always the best for me before. And after spending some time here, and talking with that other passenger that was here before, the strange guy, I guess, a lot of that kind of just melted away. It wasn't long after that I found John here, and well, it's just been the best couple of weeks since, even with the danger. So we thought maybe we would make a new start of it down here. We want to get off on one of these worlds and start a life together. We're not sure which one yet. You understand?
Okay. That sounds amazing. I can give you our route so you can choose a destination along the way where you'd like to get dropped off.
Yeah, we've been looking at some of the ones in the area. I'm not sure what we would do in that respect. I guess the most likely candidate in the area would be Aces, but there's others. If we go all the way to Fist, that'd be fine too. But it doesn't seem like it's quite the honeymoon spot, though. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if any of these do, but that's a big planet.
Now.
There might be some opportunities. I don't know, that's what the news says. You can see the news reports like paused on that screen or has played or whatever. I mean, they get the same stuff you. They get the same, They get the same stuff you get. Is my point, right? So they have the same information you get.
Well, one of the gentlemen out in the common area definitely wanted to get off at Aces and do some shopping at least. So we're going to be having a little downtime there. You can check it out.
Do you think we'll be there
and
for
see
very
how you like
long?
it. I'm not sure.
She
At
turns to
least
him.
to
Maybe we could
refuel
rent a
and-
hotel room for the week if we're there. And they
yeah.
kind of like talk back and forth a little bit. You can see him nodding and stuff. And he speaks up. Well, Captain, if you're stopping by there, we'd certainly appreciate an opportunity to enjoy the amenities, if nothing else. When would you be willing to perform the ceremony?
Well, I got some good news. Our fabulous steward is going to make a special meal for the wedding. So we are getting that prepared. We're going to
See Odell,
do it tonight.
Odell kind of shakes her hands, like claps her hands together excitedly for a moment when you say that. Takes John's arm. He kind of hugs her to him a little bit closer. And he says, I didn't think it would be much, not a lot of ceremony out here, spur of the moment kind of thing, but I appreciate you guys really trying to help. It's a bit of a situation for all of us. I want to apologize for the pressure I was putting you under before. I understand that your lives are as much at risk as all of ours, and we all have to start a new beginning sometime. And he puts his hand on your shoulder.
Not a problem.
For a moment, in a gesture of gratitude. What time would you like us to come out of our quarters for the ceremony?
I'll tell them, don't worry about it. Army and Navy, I know how it is, and in rough situations I've been through a lot, so don't worry about that. And no hard feelings at all. I guess after we'll start the ceremony after dinner.
All right. When should we expect dinner?
Normal time. What is normal time for dinner?
Ask Stay Royal.
Dinner o'clock.
We'll have dinner at dinner time. Duh.
Dinner time. Dinner o'clock. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as past
the
she'll
calendar.
know. I have no idea.
Let's see. It's
It's
7:30
usually about
a.m. right now.
7 p.m., 8 p.m.,
Okay.
somewhere in there.
It's a night wedding.
All right.
Night
Yeah.
Depends on how soon they want to do it.
It's always night in space.
Usually you do the
if
dinner.
you guys-
Usually you do the dinner after the wedding as like a celebration.
No.
But do whatever you
Yeah.
want.
The
No.
only thing darker than space is the eclipse of our happiness.
I mean, sure, we could do it that way. I wasn't really considering it like a
you wanna do?
reception after a wedding. I was more considering it like an intimate dinner and then
Mhm.
a little thing. But I will offer to them either way. We could do it before or after dinner.
I mean, DM doesn't care what you do. I was just saying that as like a comment. But yeah, do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I was thinking a little intimate dinner and intimate wedding
A little
afterwards.
beanie.
A little B&E
All right.
So
Well,
they can
seven.
have-
Dixon will slap him on you if you
honeymoon
try to be an E.
evening.
We'll see you at 7 o'clock then, Captain. Thanks again.
Perfect. Well, enjoy the rest of the day. Wink, wink.
They're not looking at you at all. They're both just kind of looking at each other's into
Close
each
the
other's
door.
eyes, holding each other tightly.
So they don't forget.
And you hear him say like,
Like crack.
"Thanks, Captain," again as both not in unison, but close to it, as they're looking at each other. And you close the door, and
All right, guys.
you don't really hear him do anything after that. 'cause
dinner,
TV's on.
dinner at 7, and then we're gonna have a
They look back at
Oh,
you.
look.
Pause TV again.
a little
Alright.
intimate ceremony, and
Are they finally
have a little
doing it?
wedding. They're doing it.
They've been doing it.
Wow. That's
You've
not
been
bad.
hearing them doing
They
it.
doing it?
Yeah, I
doing
know
it,
that's
doing
right.
it.
I know that's right.
Yeah,
My stateroom's right next to theirs, and trust me, it hasn't been the best time. Speaking of that, I was wondering, for the remainder of our trip, would it be cool with you, Captain, if I just moved right over there,
Yeah.
diagonally to that. Yeah, so
Absolutely.
just okay.
Any of the empty rooms
That
you
means
want?
Solomon's probably been hearing them some, but if you look at the actual layout, that bed is right against the wall. Their bed is right against the
Okay.
wall of his thing. So Solomon
Yeah, I mean,
probably
we just
not
had a
hearing it.
lady check out. Not too long
In the middle
ago.
of jump space.
So
Yeah, if you don't mind,
So
I'd like to
you
take
wanna-
John's old room would be prefer maybe while it cools off
Sure,
from the
sure.
corpse that was there 2
Okay.
days ago.
I mean,
But I thought
if that's
Solomon
a
had
problem
John's
for
room.
you can wait.
No,
Oh,
Solomon
no,
had
John's
Solomon
got
had
a
an
lot.
old
You
room.
can take-
Right. We have a. I was
John is the
thinking
guy
this
getting
first one
married.
was
He
John.
moved in with
Right.
Adele.
Sure, go ahead and
Joseph
take John's
first.
room. It's all
What's
good.
his name?
Mrs. Odell. I forget her first name now. Okay,
Mrs. O'Dale.
Pretty good.
now it'll be
singer.
Mrs. Odell. It's Miss Odell right now, I guess, but whatever.
Pretty good. Pretty good
Clay.
singer.
So yeah,
Yeah,
so
well,
they like
get psyched for dinner and a wedding, guys. Have fun moving.
all right, Captain. I'll try to wear my T-shirt that doesn't have the stains on it. Me
Yeah,
back to
wear your
to
Sunday
watching
best.
the I
So
know
wear the
what
shirt
that
with holes
means.
in it. It's a holy day.
It's a holy day. That's what they say. All right, back
Oh.
to the elevator.
All right, you head
Be sure to let-
on back down.
Be sure to let
That's
Stay
a-
know why the ship stabilizers have been working an extra 4%.
Yeah.
We run out of fuel early because it has to
The
compensate.
ship
Vibrations
keeps
around
pulling
the
to
ship, I just
port.
can't
I don't
find it.
understand. Every 3 seconds, there's a 0.0001 kilogram pull to port. I don't get it.
I can imagine like
Upstairs,
someone
dum,
like Jordy
dum, dum,
like
dum,
losing
dum,
his
dum.
mind over like a readout like that and not have no idea what's
Brain's
causing it. Like he's
vibration. I
tearing
can't
the
find it
system
out.
apart looking for it.
Checked
Where's
everything
the bug?
twice.
He traces the wire all the way back to the room and you just hear the banging and he's what is that?
Huh? It's
He
even
goes
worse
into
than
the
I
Jeffrey
thought.
tube. Yeah. Oh! That's not a holodeck at all.
That's great. All right, well, so yeah, you ride the elevator back down to the crew deck. And you begin
right.
making preparations for the wedding tonight at 7. I will
It's
give
on,
you.
Dixon.
I'll give you a few minutes to
Wedding
think.
after dinner.
I'll give you a few minutes to think out a character about what you're gonna say and do during that little ceremony. We'll pick up when we get back from this short, like 5-minute break or so, with the wedding, and then we'll move on with the rest of the jump and see where we end up. We'll be right back.
Saw a fucking wedding coming.
I didn't. I sure as hell didn't. I had it on the table with the dice rolling it. So hey, wedding time. Hey, we're back. We made it. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into what you guys are doing here for this wedding. Hilarious what tables will end up making happen.
Tables are great.
And a game, yeah, I know, it's awesome. So 7 p.m. comes by. Before too long, I hope you guys are prepared. Stay Ruya, what are you doing before let's zoom in on Stay Ruya's experience up to the moment, up to 7 p.m. What are you doing to prepare for the wedding?
Food.
Food. Okay. I guess make a education steward roll.
I'm gonna use my boon on this.
Oh, boon it up.
Oh, using those boons.
Let's go.
I like it. Oh yeah, she flip to here.
The Yelp rating.
Oh wait, it shouldn't have been 10. It should have been 8. It was set to 10 because of the last roll. So that's an effective 1.
Huh.
That's a success with an effective 1.
Nice.
Hey.
All right.
Who's all right?
Up here. Okay. So I'll say because of that effective 1. So your cooking preparation, all of that, your technique, your capability as a steward, as a cook in general, more than adequate in the meal preparation and all of that. You spend a little bit extra than you do normally on the meal as you've been saving money, but you know that you've been making money recently and finances are starting to look up and you're like, you know what? We could spend a little extra on this meal. We've been holding back so much in these previous ones because we thought we were going to be bad. And there's so you kind of built up a surplus of a few extra things that you can throw in this meal. Not all of it, but you know, a little bit extra. And you decide to spend some of that extra food, not money specifically, but just some of the extra food you've saved, and prepare something a bit special. You start to prepare some of these dishes that you're familiar with, and you're an Aslan, but you were raised amongst humans. You were in a minority Aslan clan, not even a full clan or anything like that, on your little colony world that was mostly humans. So it's not like the idea of preparing human food is particularly weird to you anyway. You've been doing it as a steward for a lot of these guys for the last 100 and something days. But you've never done a wedding. You've never prepared a wedding or anything like that, but you have been to one. And you've seen the kind of food that some of these humans have eaten at these weddings and stuff. Now, maybe you weren't a guest at the wedding, but somewhere on your colony world in the course of your life, you've been close enough to a wedding to kind of get a gist of it. And because being a steward is more than just being a because being a steward is just, it's more than being a cook. You begin doing a little bit of research in the short amount of time you have using your library and come up with several dishes that you think you can prepare with what you have from several of the different cultures of the Spinward Marshes, where both of them are from, not the Trojan Reach area. And you've prepared them to what you think is an adequate level. You don't eat a lot of it. Some of it you would eat, some of it you wouldn't, but you could eat all of it because of the stomach inside that you have taken the stuff for. But yeah, seems like it's a pretty good spread. And you've spread this out here in the cargo hold, where you've moved the tables from above deck. Mishka has joined you guys, kind of just like hanging out in the corner, looking at you, smelling the food and stuff, but being the extremely well trained Tensor's wolf that she is sitting almost like she follows where the people are for the most part within the ship, like she's protecting them in a lot of ways. She occasionally like latches onto a person like with their eyes and follows them around like she's protecting them, and stands guard next to them for a little while, and it will sometimes switch to other people. Usually it's you guys because they're the ones that she spends all the time with. But you do see she's pretty comfortable with the passengers now. She's spent some time up there, and none of them have really balked at her or anything too much either. There are a few moments where Mishka follows the bride around for a bit, or the groom. Everybody's comes down the elevator into the cargo bay. You lead them in for the dinner. They're kind of well dressed. I mean, it's not like everybody brought like tuxedos and stuff with them on this ship. Some of them have pretty decent actual but pretty dressy clothes that they would be wearing, and some don't. Like I said, the one guy is basically, he's wearing a t-shirt, but there's everybody's respectful and kind of quiet and stuff. There's a bit of a strange air because this is one of the places a few weeks ago that you were fighting these aliens, Dixon. And here you see these tables in this room. The box is no longer here. The darkness of the room replaced with kind of a bright beauty, and the small decorations that you've managed to put up, little fake plants and stuff like that. Maybe you've taken some of the like cups or something, made it and strung them together or something like that, or somebody has to help like with some kind of level of care to create any kind of happy atmosphere. The people themselves are what create that the most, as the atmosphere lightens a bit and the happiness of the moment sort of fades in slowly as you see the smiling faces of people around. It's strange. This again was a combat area not that long ago, and now you've turned it into a space of celebration. It's bright, it's happy, it's relaxing. Everybody walks around with little drinks made upstairs by the auto bar that C3E3 has put on trays and served down here. Prepared the two tables on either side with piles and piles of whatever food it is that you may have prepared. What do you feel that you have prepared? You've prepared a few dishes from the Spinward Marches, but what kind of C3E3 flair have you put on that?
Probably bruschetta.
Okay.
With like a pepper kind of skewered into it, decorated so it looks a little more fancy, and some savory meatballs with maybe a bit of spice to it.
Okay, cool. A very keto-friendly, high-protein spread of strong flavors made by C3E3, your head steward. And certainly a bit of more relaxing atmosphere as you sit down to eat, enjoy meatballs and skewers of bruschetta and peppers spiced and adorned with decoration that shows effort was put in. What are you doing, Ryder? You said you were going to do a tour or something like that.
So, yeah, when they came into the cargo hold, I would say basically like go to the bride and groom and say, you know, if you guys want to see the rest of the ship, where the, you know, the bridge and where we hang out, you you welcome. I'll be happy to show you.
Certainly they would both take you up on that offer. So she'll grab him by the arm and say, should we? Yeah, I'd like to. And he looks down and says, yeah. I've never actually seen the bridge of a starship like this before, or any starship, honestly. I'd love to see it.
I thought that might be the case. Yeah, great. This is kind of my wedding gift to you. Normally we would charge a lot of credits for something like this, but I will. This is something
I understand. There's circumstances, right?
Yep. So yeah, let's head this way on up to the bridge. You can see here is our kind of little common area down here. Not quite as nice as the one y'all have upstairs, but you know we're usually working and stuff. So
I see.
in our room,
Well, at least you have a coffee machine.
some really good coffee. It's some tobacco coffee. Got tobacco and coffee in it. It's really good.
I
You're
think
more
I've
than
heard of
welcome
that.
to have a cup if you would like.
Well, I'm all right now, I think. Maybe after
Okay.
the wedding.
Yeah, let me know later. So this is our bridge. This is our
Solomon
Like, I
turns
hit it, yeah, like-
around and waves. He says, Solomon?
this is yep.
I mean,
our
they've been
fabulous
living next to each
new-
other, so.
Fabulous new pilot Solomon.
And it's pretty fancy in there looking because of the holographic displays on all the surfaces. They're all rendering different displays, and you notice that Solomon looks like he's kind of thrown up a
Playing it
few
up a bit.
of the.
Mhm.
He's like thrown up a few of the bigger displays. They're really just showing telemetry, but it like zoomed in way on the feed, so you see the lines like moving a whole lot and the little indicators
Nice.
lighting up and stuff. And he's like sliding elements of his UI around, which literally does nothing except move where they're at on
Looks
the
cool.
UI, but it does look
Yeah.
cool. So he's just like,
job. Plus 1 point.
and he just says, "Captain." Continues doing that while they're looking around in wonder in the bridge.
My man
Good
knows
job,
all about
Solomon.
Space Trip Advisor.
This is this is the new couple. This is the happy couple. It's about to be a married couple here in not too
Oh
long.
yeah, I've been sharing a wall with him.
Oh, so you know, huh? All right.
You got bags under your eyes there. You need to go so you're not seeing so well.
I don't think he's
Well-
got the worst of it, but
This is our bridge. Pretty nice, huh?
yeah, this is well, it's a little bit smaller than I expected, but it's so packed with things. I don't even understand what any of them do. It's a complicated operation you guys have, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess it
kinda
always
went
is.
for more function over form. Yeah.
I understand that.
Kind of how I live.
I
Yeah,
work
we got
as
our
a-
sensor board
As a farmer and a
over
botanist
here.
usually myself, so not a lot of
Oh,
experience with
botanist,
anything
huh?
like this. Yeah. Nothing like this. I'm good with plants, not all these machines.
Yeah. I guess that's why you want to go back onto a planet, huh? And grow some.
Oh well, I was always planning on going back onto a planet anyway. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's, we think we might be able to start a new life down here, and reading about it, ACES, it's a agricultural world for the most part. They call it a garden world, and
Oh.
their primary export is foodstuff. So I thought maybe my experience as a botanist and an agricultural specialist might come in handy, and maybe we could make
Sounds
something
like a
for
pretty
ourselves
great-
down there.
Yeah. Pretty great connection there. I'm glad that seems to work out. Well,
just
why don't
nods.
we head back?
What's this do?
to
And he
the-
points over
Oh,
at the
yeah, no.
the station behind you.
Fires torpedoes.
So this is, yeah, this is I think this is a communications terminal, right?
Yeah.
That's
They
what
can
I thought.
they can be
Yeah.
swapped around. The only one that has to
Oh,
be
that's true.
the only one that has to be what it always is the pilot one where Solomon currently is. But
Right.
you usually use that one as the comms terminal.
Yeah, so this is our comms terminal here, and we have our co-pilot terminal here. And then our got some storage down over here.
Oh wow! Looks in there and there's all these guns and stuff and vac suits and stuff.
It's our armory, and yeah, you got to be prepared. And then up here is basically where our engine is.
Computer, but
Oh, the computers.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's the
oh yeah,
computer
engine's in
core,
the back. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the computers. We can come come work on the computers up here.
Like a bullseye.
wow, this is a cramped space. But
Pretty nice little.
you work in
yeah,
here.
it's a
I mean,
workspace.
I
I
guess
lock them in.
you're trapped now.
You're making a terrible mistake.
So yeah,
Give us a
they
5-star review, and I'll let you
they're
out.
kind of like, wow, it's cramped in here as you like lead them in, and you're kind of like ducked down in that space, and they're ducked down in that space, kind of looking at you and looking around in here. And it's not very brightly lit, but you turn on a few overhead lights that Rulia has positioned in there that she put up basically herself to use for when she's working in the space on performing maintenance tasks and stuff. It's just a matter of
Alexa,
flipping them
lights
on, and it is like pretty cramped in here and kind of hot, but really, oh man, he's repeating in a weird way, but
Starts taking his clothes off.
but really
A little cramped in here, huh?
but really interesting, and that there's like way more buttons and stuff here than there were to look at the other place, even outside. So from their perspective, they're kind of just like
Right.
looking at wow at everything. But before too long, in the heat and in being cramped, they're kind of they start to back out, and you follow them out in this like narrow hallway and close the door as you exit. And John says, "I really appreciate the tour, Captain. But I think we'll go have dinner now, if that's all right with you."
Yeah, I'm starved. Let's go.
Solomon just kind of nods as you're leaving out
I'll
the
bring
door
you a
at
plate, Solomon.
All right, appreciate it.
Yeah, I will actually make him a plate and take it to him.
Okay. He'll take it. Appreciate it, Captain. And he'll just lean back because you're in jump space. So he's just manning the things. You see, he's turned all the showy stuff off now, and like zoomed back out on all the telemetry and
Nice.
everything. And he's just kind of like leaning back now and takes the plate and just sitting there eating it.
Yeah, I hand him the plate and I'm like, good show, good show.
He just nods.
Yeah. All right. We'll have some dinner here and
You step
wedding.
back into
Yes.
the cargo hold. Everybody gathers around. It's weird how this layers stuff sometimes. Can't wait for that to not be an issue. But we'll just put you guys over at this table. Mishka watching you, and them at their table. The bride and the groom next to one another, and the other remaining passengers at the other table. A little bit cocktails that Rulia has brought down have been served to everybody, and you guys begin to tuck into the food. And because of your rolls earlier, Rulia, the food is this time much better than normal. Usually I don't make you roll just to have the baseline decent. It's not because you had the skill, but because you did roll and you rolled well, the food is actually very good. And not only that, you did research, and so there is a moment where John comes over to you and says, "I want to thank you for for the work you put in, Steruya. This is an exceptional bit of fare on such short notice. Just kind of shakes your hand in the middle of all that and goes back to his table. But yeah, the evening stretches on for a bit as you guys have your dinner. This little intimate, light dinner. A few drinks are had. Let's go to you can't hear what they're saying at their table, but you can hear some laughter and a little bit, like a few jokes, and you can see each of them takes a turn kind of standing up and doing a little toast to the couple there, and you're kind of looking over in the middle of your enjoying the same food and everything and the same atmosphere of celebration, but you're like watching them, right? Like this is their moment. Kind of from afar, and you're kind of like looking on with a little bit of pride. This is happening on your ship. These people just getting married on your ship now. This is your ship. This is happening on it. It's something positive for once, maybe. Yeah. Let's just move in scene to the dinner table of all you sitting here in the cargo bay, enjoying this, watching them for a brief moment. You're sitting here enjoying the fare, looking over at them. Do any of you have anything in particular you'd like to say to one another while you're enjoying this meal? Otherwise, we'll cut straight to the ceremony after the meal. Any questions or anything?
No, I guess not. I'll just have stuff for after the ceremony, I guess.
You have what?
Something for after the ceremony.
All right. You guys enjoy the food, tuck in. How much do you eat? And how much do you drink?
Get pretty relaxed.
I do tell everyone to pace themselves drinking.
I roll
And
my
they all
eyes.
laugh.
All right.
Save some
I
room for
don't-
later.
I just drink a glass of wine or whatever. I just drink a glass
Okay.
with dinner and eat a plate. I'm not getting
Alright.
drunk or anything.
Make
Well,
a
until after.
sure. Make a carouse check, Dixon. We'll just go with carouse endurance.
You want to steal the bride?
Lonely out in
Boom.
space.
Use your boon, Daniel.
Boon. Oh yeah, you got 2.
All right, I'm gonna boon it up.
You don't have to boon.
Yeah.
You have
Just because they
to.
say boon.
Might as
So
well.
when you carouse,
You got that spare one.
All right, well we'll go ahead and do that so we can make
This is
this a
obviously
happy
important.
wedding.
Look, give us
Alright.
5 stars.
Okay. Dixon, you don't overindulge. You do have a couple, but you don't overindulge or drink them too quickly or anything. And it was never really a test to see if you would get too drunk or anything. It was more about the mood and personability. Dixon, you managed to kind of relax in this strange moment and express a little bit of that to everybody else. Go ahead and make me a morale check, Dixon.
Ooh.
If you fail it, nothing happens. But if you get a certain number of effects, something does happen. Of successes.
Got a benefit for this
Yeah, another one. Yeah.
please.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So that is a tremendous success on your morale check. There's sort of a feeling of relaxation that you might not have expected, given the situation you've been in recently. But the thing that seems interesting about that is it's almost contagious. It feels like, Dixon, you kind of somehow managed to uplift the spirits of everybody at the table and even the other table as you kind of even quietly doing cheers with them and little toasts and things and clapping and maybe even telling a few jokes here or there. But
Telling some case stories.
you've managed to put people in the party, like the party, but like at the party, the wedding, at ease. So for everybody else, all the player characters in the party,
We all get a boon.
all right.
Party.
No, you do not get a boon, but everybody at the wedding, you get two things. One, everybody, including you, Dixon, you get to skip one morale check to determine basically when you need to take shore leave. And then, which we've done one of those so far, but you'll get to skip you'll get to skip this next one, which was going to come up here at the end of this thing. And then you'll also get to have just a +1 to your roll, +1 dice modifier to any roll performed during this wedding. So really all that's really going to mean is anything you do, like if you have some speech you're going to give, like if you're going to do your thing and you make a roll rider, you'll get a +1 to that. And also like because you're so relaxed and stuff and in the moment. And the same thing is with you, Roman, if you're doing anything weird with your your tradition stuff. So but we'll get to that. So let's go ahead. Oh, I know. But let's go ahead, and then if you guys have nothing to say to each other here other than enjoying the food and a few jokes and telling them to pace themselves and stuff, let's go ahead and move to the ceremony. So they line up here and here. And you walk around, positioning yourself in front of them to perform the ceremony. The rest of you standing around watching, the others standing around as well. Mishka is back in the corner and is like sniffing around the table where you guys were eating and stuff. Occasionally like licking something that like a little bit of a sauce that spilled on the floor or whatever, but mostly just lighting down there and kind of watching what the hell the weird humans are doing. The passengers forming a semicircle around you. What do you do, Ryder?
All right. Well, thanks everybody. I guess thank everybody for coming, but I guess that you didn't, kind of captive here, so kind of had to be here. Thanks everybody for being here. This is obviously a pretty special moment. We've had already, some good times together on this this journey we all definitely signed up for.
Something not so good.
So, thanks. Raise my glass. So thanks everybody for sticking around.
All this kind of nod. There's a little bit of a laughter from the passengers and stuff as the mood is so positive right now, thanks to Dixon.
Actually real quick, what are these people's names? It's John and
Adele.
Miss
Adele.
Dolores. Adele.
Dolores too.
Miss Odell.
Adele and John. All right. People are gonna love it. So, I've never done this before, but I am extremely proud to be doing this for the first time with John and Adele. I feel very excited that y'all, you two wanted to do this here on our ship. Very cool, very, very sweet.
They kind of laugh and like hug each other a little bit and look at you.
There's not honestly not a lot I can say. We haven't known each other too long. John here, I know is passionate. He goes for what he thinks he deserves and what's right. And then, is able to be a man and apologize when things go, when he realizes that he was wrong. That's a very admirable quality. Adele, I don't really know much about, but you seem like a wonderful human being. So I would like everybody to raise their glass, and as long as there are no objections out there, I'm going to now pronounce you man and wife. And I'm very excited to...
There's a little bit of a commotion in the back, as you say, as long as none of you object. Everybody turns around. You can just see one of the chairs has been scooted to the side, and Mishka is licking this sauce underneath one of the chairs. Seems she's found a good spot. Everybody kind of looks back and is like, "Oh," but yeah, nobody objects, and they look to you for a moment, and then they take each other in this long, deep, and passionate, but not excessive for the public display kiss.
Hi, Kelly.
I wish you a long, happy
they're startled.
life. I hope you find happiness on Eris.
After finishing their kiss, they both turn to you. Thank you, Captain Ryder. It's I'll never forget this ship. I mean that in a good way.
This ship will never forget y'all.
And then they go back to the table with the other passengers. You sit back down, kind of enjoying the rest of the food after the ceremony completed. And yeah, is there any scenes you want to have ending up at this wedding here after the ceremony or anything anybody wants to do?
Yeah, after the officialness kind of like of them standing in front of everybody kind of wears off, and they've like sat down and stuff. People have like eaten and conversed a little. I'll stand up and I'll make a toast. I'll like do the little glass tap, right? It's probably like a plastic cup or
Ding,
something.
ding, ding. Plop, 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 plop.
Yeah,
It's your little metal cup, right? That's your little.
Oh, my 10. Yeah. that works.
yeah,
Clink, clink,
yeah.
clink, 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 clink.
Hello, attention everyone. Attention. I would like to make a toast to the new couple.
Everybody turns towards you.
Hello. Oh, geez, everyone's looking at me. All right. It's
Yeah, that's what happens.
it's part of my tradition back where I'm from to and I'll walk up to the table where they're seated and I'll start pouring some shots for each of them
Okay.
while I'm saying
Nobody
all this.
objects or anything while you're doing it. Yeah.
And I'll say it's part of the tradition in where I'm from to after several things, we've gone a little out of order, but I'd like to make a toast to the new couple. And I would like you both to, so what happens where I'm from is the newlyweds will embrace each other in a kiss to wash away the bitterness of the shot that we'll take. And I want everyone to join me saying Gorka, which is basically bitter, but we all say this while they kiss, and it's just something that will remind me of home a little bit. And I'll hold up my glass and I'll gesture to everyone else too. All right.
Great.
Yeah, they'll definitely stand up and
Great tradition.
hold the glass
All right.
into the air.
I'll say Zushastie to your happiness.
They hold the shot up.
Ooh, Shasha.
They shoot the
Gorka,
shot, and then they
Gorka,
immediately take a
Gorka.
this big kiss with each other.
Gorka.
Gorka, and we all say it the whole time they're doing
Gorka.
it. Gorka.
They kiss
then,
for a long, passionate moment, and you guys grow a bit hoarse from the screaming of Gorka for the briefest of moments, and then they break from their passionate kiss and look to you, and then they kind of laugh. Everybody sort of laughs at the tradition, and there's sort of a at the end, like just them cheering, everybody cheering.
Thank you for entertaining me with this idea. I appreciate it. A little taste of home for me. Congratulations. Much happiness to you both.
All right, what? Does
Yeah,
anybody
I'll
else
do
have
another
anything they
cheer
want?
as I'm walking away.
Gorka!
Gorka!
Does
You
anybody
know,
else have anything else they want to do?
Yeah, I'll kind of stand up. You know, I'm not a whole lot for words. I kind of leave that up to the captain. He really said what we're all feeling, I think. But I just wanted to echo that, you guys came aboard for a service, as our customers, and circumstances being what they are, we unfortunately couldn't quite give that to you guys. But I just wanted to thank you both for, you've given us a gift here today, something really special, being able to bring this, this celebration, this happiness, this little bit of home, glance at the dock, into our little ship here. I know we're all far away, and today's celebration's been something really special. So, as you said, we will not soon forget what's happened here today. So, thank you both. Thanks for everything. Best of luck in your lives together.
And after you finish
Gorka!
your little thing, yeah. Gorka!
Gorka! It's a thing now.
Yeah, you'll hear some of them like Gorka. Like, some people are getting pretty drunk, so to be fair. Yeah, and with that, if there's no other scenes, we will move to the end of the jump cycle.
Suka Blade.
When Adele's brother-in-law runs out from the side and punches the groom. I love Adele.
We need some drama.
Since we're all gonna die on this ship, I will have to object to this wedding here. Since she's the only, fertile female that might be on board. It's just fair.
It has to be on that one ship.
What's the date?
Well, we'll get to that. So the date of the wedding, you mean?
Yeah.
All right. The
It's
date of
almost
the
my
wedding would
birthday.
be the date of the wedding would be 108. 109 is when you're coming out of jump. So that,
And
which is
this
what
is
we're
my
moving
birthday.
to now. Hold on. I just closed something by accident. Damn it. All right, here we go. What is that? Where the heck is it? I hate how sometimes this thing is so annoying. All right, there it goes.
Interesting.
So, about a day goes by. Not a full day, actually. A little less than a day. Do the final adjustments here. Should be about...
Damn it, I forgot the other part of my toast.
Oh shit.
To Wells. I was gonna toast one of the Wells.
I mean, we haven't
made
really
all that
finished the
shit
scene yet, so if you wanna... We haven't moved on to another scene yet. So if
Yeah,
you wanna
okay.
say-
Well, so about maybe a half hour later, I'll stand up again and said, "Oh, well, sorry, one more thing. I know how y'all.
One more thing, yeah.
I know how y'all mentioned. Oh, calm down there, Kevin. You too,
Everybody's
Michigan. You
pretty
quit. You shouldn't be
sorry,
now.
sorry.
You mentioned that your time with Mr. Wells might have had something to do with
into meatballs.
y'all's serendipitous getting together and all. So just wanted to make sure we didn't forget about our man Wells, and we drank one to him as well. So thank you.
I'll hold up the thing, and this time instead of saying Gorka or anything like that,
Gorka.
you just get a 12.
Wills, Bailey.
And then
12.
they drink that down. Just kind of linger on that moment. We fade out as our camera fades back in on the bridge of the ship.
As it explodes.
Rolling the D4.
Good.
Come on,
Camera
baby.
pans to the local star, which fades to black.
Let's see what
The
is it?
one that we're landing at? Oh my
3,
fuck.
so it's him, Dixon. So Dixon is 2. So yeah, the Ryder, you're on pilot.
What? What do we
Solomon.
even pay? What do we even pay this guy for?
He's gonna be up still, like sitting here in the chair. Or he might actually sit there and do co-pilot. Still, like probably sitting there drinking coffee.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab some coffee on my way up.
All right. You grab a cup of
Get some
coffee
Tabafi.
and move into the pilot seat there. And the rest of you, I don't know where you would be, so you can put yourselves where you would be. But since you're in there with him, he'll turn to you and just say, looks like we got about 30 seconds till we drop out a jump. You want me to warn them, or you want to do it?
Go for it, Saul.
And he goes ship wide, not crew deck wide, but like ship wide. So it's everywhere in the ship.
All right, y'all, we're about to exit jump space. Find something to strap down and strap yourself to it. Hopefully nothing bad's gonna happen. See y'all on the other side.
Solomon, bro.
Piloting is A+. It's confidence. See,
That's
I've
what
already
experience.
made the roll, so but anyway, a few
So he
moments
knows
go
you're
by and the bubble itself begins to kind of ripple and look as though it's tearing, and then it fades, and eventually these little points of light appear all around you, and you are, as Fissel loads,
It ended
there
at
it
the right
goes,
time.
in the Lycideos, however you say it, system. As per your navigation instruments come up after a few seconds, the jump clock to the exact picosecond for your entry. So the jump went off without a hitch.
Fuck yes.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Looks like we're there, Captain. You want to give him the good news?
we
Yep.
actually made it this time.
I know, we actually successfully made it through a jump. What?
On your own.
Alright, crew, we actually made it. No miss jump.
Gorka!
Gorka! Gorka! Gorka! Alright, we're gonna head in, get some fuel, sit tight. It'll be here in a few days.
Sit tight for the next
For the next few days. All right. There we go. So yeah, he'll help you plot the course or whatever on in. But yeah, just make me a pilot roll. Him helping you isn't gonna do anything. It's not redundant, but
So wait, so a week went by. So
yes, sir. Yeah, you get a
We're a
week
week
of
older.
study.
Oh shit.
I finished off that study period.
Me
It
too.
doesn't give me a
Oh.
point or anything, but it just made me think about that.
So that does mean you
When
need
you
to
said
roll,
roll
right?
pilot.
You have to roll.
Right. Right.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a second. But go ahead and roll the pilot,
I'll do pilot.
check to And this is just going to determine, this is just going to cut off or add a little bit of time to your piloting to the refuel point.
Oh yeah.
Oh, all right, +2 effect.
There when we need it.
Yeah, I mean, all right, Captain, that looks good to me. Shouldn't take too long, I think. Yeah, I mean, you look down and you estimate that it'll take you, let's see, that
Talking to an Imperial Navy pilot over here.
1G. 1G from your current position to the gas giant. I mean, so it shaves a little bit of time off. It's not too bad. It's going to take about 100 hours.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You've only done 2 study weeks, the people that have completed them? Or 2 trainings?
Yes, this is our, I think, our
Yes.
second total roll.
Is there a second? That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe.
You definitely correct the course down to Lacedeos. The gas giant looming before you. The camera then pulls back from the cockpit down the long corridors of the ship, passing what remains of the crew that are down on this deck, walking back and forth, going about their odd jobs, through the floor, up through the overhead, I should say, and which becomes the floor of the deck above, spinning around to see the passengers in the passenger compartment above. Several of them sitting there watching TV. One of them grabs a pillow and holds it to their ears, and you can kind of hear the sounds of them making love in their stateroom as the camera passes by it, and then out the top of the ship, and we just see the Vagabond there in all its beauty. The M drive lights up to full power. Those large engines now glowing this bright blue as these trails begin to pin out from its back, and the ship pulls away from our camera. We just continue to zoom out as it fades to black, and that is where we will pick up next week.
All right, we're alive. We did not
Nice.
die.
We are alive.
Just a wedding.
Foiled you
Already.
again, lunatic.
There was literally a death.
Another week down.
Just
There
because
was a
this
death.
woman-
Oh, there was
just
a
'cause this
death.
To be
woman
Right,
fair,
right.
there was a
meaningless
randomly
to
rolled
you.
death. That is
There
true.
was a death.
And she died how she wanted to.
Yes, you're not wrong.
Convulsing in a
It
bed
was a
alone.
suicide, right? It
Yeah.
wasn't like a.
So we are not done for the
Murder.
night, but we're done with the actual role play. So we still have to get to doing the education roles and our favorite moments. So what do you guys want to do first? The education stuff or the favorite moments? Let's do the education stuff first and give you a little bit of time to think about what your favorite moments were.
Yeah.
So who completed a study period and needs to roll an education check?
I did.
I did.
Everybody's
Alright.
got another week, I think, or 2. 2, yeah.
2. Okay.
It was a happy episode
by the-
containing a suicide.
That is true. It's weird, right?
The juxtaposition.
Yeah, I mean that's
Their
kind
death
of
was there for a metaphor.
how the poetic beauty of
Yeah.
dice rolls work. By the way, it is Thursday, 11:05, 109. So it's day 109 of the year at
10 days till my
2:10 a.m. And that's where we'll be picking up. So
That was a good session.
clearing.
I like
It was a good
I like
session.
that one.
That was fun. That was a neat little session that happened.
It was like a Star Trek episode.
It did play out like that. That was interesting. So who wants to go first and roll their education check?
I'll go. What is it? Education intelligence?
Great.
No,
Or-
it's just straight education.
Yeah.
'Cause-
Great
and then
education.
you add a what's the mod for the library?
Oh, that's right.
One.
Psycho. I think it's just a 1.
6.
I think it's just one plus one.
Yeah, I think it's
Plus
1.
1 die or plus 1 point?
+1. So you click +1.
DM plus one.
Yeah,
Boom.
dice modifier +1.
Right. Here we go, baby.
Hey, can we boon this? Can we boon this?
Yep, you can boon any.
Success.
You can boon any roll you want to, any trait roll. That's a success, so you get your study period.
Hell,
So
motherfucking yeah. Guess who
record
knows
that.
how to shoot a grenade launcher?
Oh,
reading up.
shit.
Been reading up.
That's absolutely the correct order
All right.
of operations.
So
for
this is the. This will forever be remembered
Thank God
as
I
the.
haven't had to use it.
True. That is true. That is true. This will forever be known
Did
as
it this
the
time.
happy episode that contained a suicide where the
I
doctor
like-
learned to shoot a grenade launcher.
That's
the only
right.
happy
Confusing.
episode.
That's like the after credit scene.
God.
Okay.
The power.
We're gonna lose so many followers after this one. All right. So that was a success for Ryder. You get your study period. So go ahead and record that. That doesn't give you any points though. This time it's just one towards your next level up in the skill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And I believe you said Dixon needed to make a study period roll as well.
So also have a
Okay.
question. We had a study session in RP, right? That wasn't like studying, it wasn't training, like a little bit back, and I failed the education roll. I got a +1 on it. So on the next, for leadership, not piloting, right? So I'll need to
Right, yeah.
do a whole study session of leadership, and then at
Yep.
the end of that, I'd get a plus with just verify.
That's correct.
Perfect.
That's correct. It's tied to the
Because
skill.
that's what I'm doing next anyway. So I just wanted to make sure
Yeah, makes sense.
that I know that.
So you would be a +2 because of the
Thank you.
library and that. So stack.
All right. So
Perfect.
I'm rolling education with +1 for the library and with the boon. Thank
All right,
you
so I'm gonna-
again for the boons.
Pull the boon off of Dixon.
We're gonna use them. This is the time. Oh
Ooh.
God, not enough.
Oh,
And a failure at a -2. It's rough. Did you fail last time?
I failed on the first one. I succeeded, got vac suit. We then got a role playing free skill that was gun combat slug from where I shotgunned the
Oh, right.
insects. I failed
Yeah.
that, so I've got a running +1 to gun combat. I
Gotcha.
think we all failed it except one of the it was the Dr. Styria. So now I've got a +1 for next time for melee as well. Back to 0 out of 8 weeks.
Well, you rolled a
Education.
1, a 2,
Learning
and a
ain't
3.
easy. Learning ain't easy.
Yeah,
No, it's
yeah.
not.
So yeah, now
fact that
you
there
have
have been
a.
some
So
distractions,
so what was it? What was the skill you were trying to learn this time?
I was trying to learn melee.
So you have a +1 to that now too.
Yeah.
So a +2 to both of those rolls for the next time you try to learn them because of the library.
Library, yeah, right.
Yep. All right. So just remember which one you're doing for your next study period. Record that down on your sheet, which one you're going to try and do for your next study period, that is. And I believe that's all of the rolls. Yeah, no. Nay. He still didn't get it. That sucks. Even with the boon.
Oh, what?
Yeah, use the boon and still had the +1 for that melee roll.
Jesus.
Yeah, learning ain't easy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I've been distracted, so just couldn't quite make it all click.
Been punching that bag though.
Yeah, I've been doing it. I've been putting the
Yeah.
work in.
It's
Punching
true.
it wrong.
Obviously, I gotta
Just
get
being
back
getting
to it.
distracted.
Read my book.
Training yourself in the
Yeah,
wrong
I'm like
manner.
in my head while I'm down there swinging. I'm not really focused on my work.
I would probably say that I could like give you a +1 from the event that you did on the Taurus Rex where you won the wrestling thing that climbed to the top, but that would still give you a 7 and you would still fail, so it doesn't really matter.
Haha.
You know, what can you do? When you roll 1, 2, and 3, it ain't gonna go your way either way. But that said, that completes the education rolls. So, did anybody get any new skills or anything? I think Roman, you said you did.
Yeah, I can shoot man portable grenade launchers,
All right.
like heavy weapons with precision.
Heck well, yeah. And those are pretty useful. They
Little
don't just blow things up. They have the baton rounds we were talking about earlier, but they also have all these smoke and gas grenades and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
That
Think
can
about
be
them
used
more
very
like
effectively to control the battlefield.
Exactly, the way that wizards cast on a field, it's like from a
Yeah,
distance.
like
you
wall
just, like, manipulate
spells and
the
stuff like
region.
that. Yeah.
I can force enemies to go a specific way. You know, it'll be pretty useful.
Deny areas, like zone people
Yeah.
out of them and stuff.
Give our people advantage. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Provide cover to people that need it. I mean, you can
Yep.
shoot it right on your position if you need
Yep,
to have a
exactly.
bunch of cover like in between you and the
Pop
enemy.
and smoke. Hell yeah.
That's pretty cool. Ryder, what skill were you working on?
I got one study period in pilot
In
spacecraft.
pilot spacecraft. Okay, that's good. That'll put you at pilot 2. Is that correct?
Well, I
complete-
would
when you
need
complete it?
another
When you complete
study
it, I mean.
period. Oh yes, correct. Yeah, I'm going from 1 to 2.
Alright. So that'll be, you'll have a 2 and he'll have Solomon will have a 3. So your 2 main pilots on board that can actually handle stuff will be able to handle stuff. Solomon has no small craft at all, but you do, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you ever like have to pilot a fighter or something, definitely don't put Solomon in that because he has no idea what he's doing.
Yeah.
Just
okay.
just the big ships. Ooh. All right, and
The big
Dixon, you were working on melee, but failed unfortunately to get the skill. And is that what you intend to work on the next week, or are you gonna work on
Yeah, I
gun
think
combat?
so. I'm gonna
Just keep doing melee until you get it.
melee. Yeah.
All right. And Stay Rulia, you don't roll this week, right? You roll 2 weeks.
Correct.
From now. Okay. Well, that's all of the education rolls for the night. Let's just go ahead and move into favorite moments. Who wants to go first?
Yeah, real quick. There's a lot of good stuff, but I did like the little mini story with the suicide. I thought that was very well composed. You know, it's kind of just like you referenced, kind of like a Star Trek sort of little storyline and make the ship a little more interesting. But I thought it was really well done.
Cool. Anybody else?
Some fun light suicide. Always good.
It wasn't light. It was it was intense, but
I particularly enjoyed getting insight into Dixon's kind of mindset right now, and him questioning everything is super interesting. Like his decision to come out here. I think his conversation with Steruria was awesome because it's kind of like, I don't think he could have had that. He even referenced the conversation he had with Roman, because I don't think he could have had that conversation without that conversation, right? Because I think it made him,
Yeah.
put in perspective some things, and I think that he kind of like is at the point where it's like shit or get off the pot, right? And there's some things that he may not like that he has to do in order to survive out here. Like he's not a fucking cop anymore, right? Like he sure does act like it a lot, and it's definitely paid out for us because of his personality, but you know, I think him using that more like a tool set is a really cool realization rather than him being a victim of that, which is super neat character twist or character direction.
Yeah, I like that.
yeah, Melly's
conversation
tried
we
to
had.
kind of, it was always, for me as a character, it's like I feel like, especially a job like as like a police officer, it's like it's just so ingrained in everything you do, like your
Totally.
mindset, and so it's just like when he's nervous and crazy shit's happening, it's just like his default like behavior pattern,
Right.
and he just kind of gets into it.
Falls back to what's familiar. That's interesting.
But I do think it's potentially gonna be interesting, when we start doing some illegal stuff and seeing how that all plays out.
Yeah, I'm
Paladin
curious
doing
about that
crimes.
too. My favorite, I had a couple that I liked
Stole
a lot
candy
there.
bars.
One was one's kind of 2 parts too, so we'll say 2.5. But one of them is how through random table rolls that I write that have like interactions with certain NPC things or whatever, we ended up with this story of this kind of tragic suicide moment. Content warning for anybody that bothers out there, though we don't throw that on the stream, of course. I mean, it's mature stream, but I'm glad that I don't have to, as a player, like I know what my players, right, can deal with and stuff, because I played with them for so long. I wouldn't maybe throw a story like that in or be comfortable throwing a story like that in just any group. And it makes me thankful that I can when we have those, right? And what's cool is the dice came right back and did the wedding too.
Right.
And we got the whole circle of that, like, oh, it's sad, oh, it's happy. And I was just like, what? Really? That's cool. That was really fun. And I really liked that. I really liked, as part of that same thing, I really liked that Ryder jumped on that, was like, yeah, fuck yeah, we're doing a wedding. I've never done a wedding before. And you immediately tried to get in there and, you went and told everybody. You went there and told everybody and tried to get people excited for it, and suggesting the food stuff, and everybody came together to do a thing of your own volition based off of some dice rolls, and that was great. And the other thing that I really liked, the number 2 for the evening, was when you guys took me on this ride from like Dixon and Roman talking to then Dixon and Sterulia talking, and how those two conversations, even though they took place like a day apart, unfolded into its own narrative, right? Like story and narrative in these games is always derived from how you react to the things that I display and that the dice give us as random events that then I interpret and attach to something. So when you create your own layer within that and it gets threaded neatly throughout this weave, it's a really beautiful thing as a DM when you get to sit back and watch it and you're like, yeah. This is like a TV show we're watching.
Yeah.
So that was cool to connect all those dots. I really liked that. What about you, Sterulia, sorry, Psycho? I get too used to doing it. What about you, Psycho? What was your favorite moment?
I really did like how the captain just sort of jumped on the idea of, oh, hell yeah, we're having a wedding. This is going to be awesome.
That was really fun.
Turned out pretty good, too.
Yeah, it turned out pretty fun. It's definitely something we don't see like a whole lot. So it was fun to have that.
I've never role played a wedding ever in my life.
Yeah.
That was interesting. I've been to a couple, but that was really interesting. It was
fun to move through. Simple but fun. Any other favorite moments, Macau?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that obviously the whole wedding thing was a lot of fun, but I think that during the like pre-dinner tour of the ship, I thought that was a lot of fun. The way
that was neat. Yeah, that was cool that you did that.
Kind of played how they were.
I wanted to
excited and.
I wanted to mention.
Oh, Witster, you're right at the end, but we're doing our favorite moments at the end of the episode.
I'm glad you brought that up, Mac. How that's so funny that you did that, because I already knew I was going to do the thing that I did, the little tradition thing. Part of that tradition is touring the city. Like, that's the first part of that. So, like,
that's perfect. That's super
national monuments in the city that they're in, and like a lot of the pictures get taken there, and friends will join them along the way and shit. But then at the reception is where you do what I did, and so like the fact that you did that was so interesting to me. I was like, holy shit,
really cool. Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
So he's giving him the
watch
tour. I was
watch the VOD after
suggest
Witster.
that. Yeah, I was gonna suggest you did that. It's so funny.
Yeah, that's super cool. I really like
cool,
that.
Yeah. And I was gonna say that I think that this would be a pretty interesting moment for Ryder as a kind of leader, captain, or whatever. He will he'll eventually be okay being called, but
that was a capital move right there. That was something.
Yeah, I feel like That was
It was
that
sort of an
was a
interesting
pretty
turning
big for
point
him.
moment
Yeah.
for the way a lot of the characters acted in things. I also like Dixon's like how he ended up like succeeding really high on that Corrals roll and ended up like kind of a little bit becoming the life of the party, which is a little unexpected.
Yeah.
That's kind of neat. Yeah, it was really fun.
Side note: invest in animal handling to give the wolf a bath.
Yeah.
He's gonna train for months to
She's
give
starting
the
to
wolf a
smell.
bath.
Just to give the wolf a bath.
I do have another
That's
slot,
hilarious.
or I gotta do some other training now.
That's
She wasn't
great.
gonna bite you, but she just wasn't gonna get in the water, especially with you like drunk trying to pull her in there all weird, like, falling over with some meat. She just like grabbed the meat from you and walked out the room, basically.
No, Mishka, you're dirty. I smell you all the time.
That was fun. That was fun when you were giving the tour of the bridge and they were on there, and then getting to do some stuff as Solomon, where he's like, "Oh, I see what you're doing, shit," and he like tries to show off and make it look cooler for them and stuff. That was a fun thing to get to role play through too. Very neat.
Yeah, that's funny.
Attempted a meat shower with a dog. Yep, that was a good highlight. Well, on that note, that's where we will pick up next week. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. J5, Whitster, I'm sorry you were late, but it sucks. But yeah, go back and watch the VOD. It was pretty cool. There was a wedding tonight. Didn't expect that. Dice are weird. Lunatic. Nobody died except for that lady, so I guess I'm wrong. But so good job, Lunatic. I guess NPCs don't count though. Yeah, she's not a player. Everybody else that was out here, Gerbil, I really appreciate everybody that came out and watched the stream. All the regulars were there. It's great to see all of you, and we will see you tomorrow on Screen Room as we watch more Star Trek on Sci-Fi Sunday. So appreciate everybody coming out. Don't forget to follow the individual Twitch channels, and we'll see you next week. See you then.